Good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Mr. B here. Welcome to our show today. Welcome everybody. We have Mr. Jim Goodall here doing a flying visit today. He's a busy man, much sought after gentleman. And Mr. Looks like Robert Bale is running a bit late this morning. He had a bit of an injury to himself. He was had one of those lucky band things you do exercise with. Well, apparently the thing snapped off the wall and hit him in the back, and of course this health exercise then became an injury. Yeah, I just bought myself one of those little wheel things you put your elbows on and just exercise back and forwards. I'm trying to get rid of my tummy. Anyway, besides all that, we've all got problems.
I work out 2, sometimes 3 times a week, and all I'm doing is concentrating on my gut. I want to get rid of my glove handles, and they went from a steamer trunk down to a small handheld briefcase as far as the handles go.
Right. Yeah, I know what these love handles are all about, mate. No, but I'll tell you something. Today's show's going to be a little bit interesting. I actually posted a short video during the week about USOs, underwater UFOs. And I've been kind of dwelling on this for the last few days and say, well, what if? And that's the question. As Robert would turn around and say, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, I'm a conspiracy analyst, which I want to look into and kind of pull it apart and think, well, what is the reasons for these USOs? I mean, time.
One of the reasons for them is only 5% of the oceans have been surveyed. We don't know what's underneath 95% of the world's oceans.
Well, that's right, and quite honestly, we know more about the surface of the moon and the surface of Mars than what we know of our own planet. But what I find absolutely, there's my dog protesting in the background. What I'm can't understand is that why with today's technology and ships can travel anywhere across the ocean, why are they still sticking to what they call the trade winds? I know the trade winds have to do with current and everything else, but in some cases, why don't they cut across the ocean? They've got these massive big super tankers these days. They've got everything on board, from GPS, satellite, stuff. But yet, for some reason, I've got to learn to turn this damn thing off, don't I? You can tell it's live, can't you? Anyway, besides all that, what I've actually come to the conclusion, it's like, why? Why don't we know the oceans? Why are they still sticking to the coastline? Why aren't they venturing out into the depths of the ocean? And I sit down, I do a bit of my math, and I think to myself, well, okay, they say the planet was formed, or the Earth was formed approximately 4.5 billion years ago. Oh, okay, but then again, that's only a guess, because it could be 10 billion as far as anybody knows, because you can't do carbon testing like you can on something that's organic, Yeah. So it's a rough estimate. And they say, well, people can Google this information if they want. I mean, the information's there. The human species, going back to our ancestors and that, they say it's approximately about 2 million years. 2 million years from the Neanderthal man going back, and apparently the Homo sapiens sapiens, our species today, apparently, I think if I remember rightly, I've got to write this down somewhere, it only goes back something like about 250,000 years, since civilization started. And that's pretty primitive. But when you think about it, it took just over 1 million years for the Earth to cool down. And they reckon about another 200 million years for micro life to start kind of this is before landmass started. So actually at the beginning of it all, get back on track. There's life in the oceans. We're talking about 200 or 300 million years before life started on the surface, on land.
Yep.
And but yeah, okay, we're supposed to be around, Homo sapiens 200,000 years or something like that. I mean, it's ridiculous. And dolphins and whales, anyone can check this out, used to walk the land. And apparently it was about 50 million years ago, they went back to the ocean. Well, before man ever existed. They went back, they adapted. They went back to the ocean. They're mammals that live in the ocean, they adapted. Now, I'm not saying humans have done that, or maybe a different species of human, which we can't call Homo sapiens, but different race altogether. It's quite possible that they could be in the depths of our ocean. There could be a civilization down there, which is literally a million years more advanced than us. Now, people might speculate, say, well, okay, well, how come we don't see them? We can't identify. Well, let's put it this way. I like to challenge any person that can turn around and say, when's the last time you walked into a gorilla's habitat? I mean, we don't live with them and they don't live with us.
Yeah.
Why do you consider them as dangerous? But yet, when we intrude on their habitat, well, we catch them, bag them, tag them, take blood samples and put tracking devices in them. Doesn't that sound familiar when aliens do it to us and we complain, I was adopted, oh my God, please. They're taking out blood from me. They check my anus. I mean, we complain when a more advanced species prod and probe us to see what we're all about. But it's okay for us to do it to lions, tigers, gorillas, and sea life. We do it all the time. It's an abomination if they do it to us. Now, just to start it off, I'm going to play a little movie I actually made this week. And I've actually played it on YouTube earlier on during the week, but this is what I'm getting around this topic, and we're going to cover it and look at it in different ways, because this little documentary I actually created doesn't really kind of get into the nitty gritty and what if. So I'll play it now. So everybody sit back and just takes about 3-4 minutes, I think, this one. So I'll play it now.
Hi and welcome to another episode of Mr.B and Friends Truth Seekers. This episode, Mr.B questions the notion that we might not be alone on this planet, and maybe we never have been. Like most species, we dwell within our own habitat. These advanced civilizations may be dwelling deep within our oceans that might have been here much longer than humans. Unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, have been a source of intrigue and speculation for centuries and continue to baffle scientists and enthusiasts alike today. The oceans, covering over 70% of the Earth's surface, remain largely unexplored, a vast, mysterious frontier right here on our planet. Could it be possible that these uncharted depths are home to advanced civilizations unknown to us? This idea might sound like a plot lifted from a science fiction novel, but numerous documented encounters with USOs suggest that there might be more to this theory than mere speculation. One such encounter dates back to the summer of 1967, when residents of Shag Harbour, Canada, witnessed a strange object.
I'll just pause it there for a moment. This sort of thing goes back not just in our times, but it goes right back to the ancient Greeks, the mythological, tribe with the trident and, Zeus and everything else. There's always sea monsters, and right down to Captain, Christopher Columbus, where he actually had in his ship log saying, they were followed by luminosities under the water, and they actually came out of the water and circled the ship. And because they were superstitious, they changed course. And apparently, when they changed course, they discovered America. And we have the prophet. Hey, good morning,
Hey,
kid.
there he is. Yeah, that was a good looking still that you had of you with holding the lightning or the entity in your hand. You had it on Facebook.
Don't give him a big head. God,
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah, you look good. You look extinguished. I mean, distinguished.
Oh, you handsome bugger. Anyway, listen, I'm in the middle of a show here, so we'll get back to it in a minute. And I'll continue with the video.
Descending into the waters. No wreckage was found, leading many to believe that it was a USO rather than a crashed aircraft. Then there's the case of the Kaikoura lights, a series of unexplained sightings off the coast of New Zealand in late 1978. For several weeks.
Yeah, Robert, you got to add anything in there, mate? There was other places too around the world, wasn't there? What? I can't hear you. Speak up. Hey?
Turn your mic on.
He's coming back. He'll come back. He'll come back.
Technically challenged.
Oh, I love live shows, you know. I mean, it shows that we're only human, and hey, it happens, doesn't it? Anyway, I'll keep playing. You'll come back. You'll come back. I'll just keep playing it.
Crews aboard multiple aircraft reported strange lights that seemingly moved in sync with their planes, both above and below the water's surface. Perhaps one of the most compelling encounters comes from former US Navy pilot David Fravor. In 2004, while on a routine training mission off the coast of San Diego, Fravor spotted an object hovering above the ocean before it abruptly plunged into the depths, disappearing from sight. These cases, along with many others, raise a multitude of questions. Could these USOs be evidence of advanced technology from civilizations within our oceans? Or are they perhaps evidence of extraterrestrial life visiting us from the stars, utilizing the oceans as a base of operations? The idea of sharing our planet with a more advanced civilization from the depths of our oceans is both thrilling and terrifying. It challenges our understanding of life and technology and pushes the boundaries of what we consider possible. If such civilizations do exist, how long have they been here? Are they native to our planet, or did they perhaps originate elsewhere in the vast cosmos? To summarize, the existence of USOs and the possibility of advanced civilizations in our oceans remains a fascinating topic of discussion. Documented encounters with USOs such as the Shag Harbour incident, the Kaikoura lights, and David Fravor's sighting suggest that there might be more to our oceans than we currently understand. While these encounters don't provide definitive proof, they certainly fuel the intriguing possibility that we might not be alone on this planet. In the end, it's essential to keep an open mind. As we continue to explore the deep sea and further our understanding of the universe, who knows what we might discover after.
Your mic is on mute, B.
Yeah, that's right. I was actually turning off my phone.
Well, you know, it's interesting. In 1984, I was down in Central America with the military, and about 6 months before, a Duluth, Minnesota Air Guard F-16 was lost off the coast of Central America. and they went searching for it. It was one of the guys in the back seat. It was a 2-seater F-16. This was his hero ride. He was Airman of the Quarter or Airman of the Year. When we were down there, they gave him a ride. He was a tech sergeant. They were supposed to be gone 90 minutes. After 90 minutes, when they didn't return and they didn't respond to any radio calls, they started panicking and trying to see what happened. Some local fishermen, good 500 miles north of the coast of, we were in Nicaragua. Yeah, Nicaragua. Said they saw an F-16 2-seater flying about 1,500 feet, straight and level, just going. It was heading east-northeast. So they contacted the Navy. I said, I think our F-16 crashed into the Pacific Ocean. And the Navy got back to him after about 2 or 3 days, and they said, you have to take our word for it, but absolutely nothing fell into the Pacific Ocean, the Caribbean, or the Gulf of Mexico in the last 72 hours. So they have sensors. I mean, this is 1984. Oh, that's 40 years ago. They had that capability. So if things are going in and out of the water, it will make some noise when it goes into the water or when it comes out, or if there's any type of cavitation or something opens. They're going to pick it up on the sensors, and they have the sensors all over the planet. And they can. And the only ocean that really doesn't have any good underwater listening, that would be the Indian Ocean, and that's probably the most desolate of them all. If you're going to get lost in an ocean, we have Diego Garcia is the only thing out there. Then Antarctica to the south, India to the north, Madagascar to the west, and Southeast Asia to the east. So when our unit inquired as to what did something fall into the water when they lost the F-16, the Navy said absolutely not, and they were firm about it. So, and that technology is 40 years old, and who knows how old the technology was that they were using to verify if anything, entered or left the ocean.
You can guarantee. I reckon you can guarantee that whatever the military has is about maybe 30 to 40 years more advanced than what civilians have. You can guarantee it.
The spooky parts of the military. Now, I was in the military, and I was working with ComGear that. To find parts fit, you go to your local communication museum. So it was pretty pathetic back then.
I think you've got a bit of echo coming back from your side there, Jim.
It
sounds fine to me. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh my God, we can.
B, I'm going to stop talking to you before shows when you're having technical problems. Because it seems like it comes from down there and ends up here.
Oh,
I have to sit here and go plug this in, plug that. I mean,
it's all B's problem.
No more.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Hey, listen, I'm actually working off the system at the moment. I'm not working on the boom mic or anything. Okay, it's all just system. I'm going to get yourself a new computer. I don't like iMacs. I really don't like them at all. Anyway, let's put all that aside. I'm getting a repeat. I don't know who is it. Where's the echo coming from? Not me. I've got everything closed.
I don't know. I don't hear anything. Everybody sounds fine to me.
I don't hear anything either.
If you got, you wouldn't have YouTube open, would you, there, Jim?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't have it. Let me make sure. Let me shrink the screen down and see if I have anything up.
Okay.
Nope. Nothing there. I'll close
Well,
that.
just for a sec, Jim. Just mute your microphone, will you? Okay.
Check 1, check 2.
Checking. I still hear it echo in his.
It's got to be because you're on your speakers and you're using the mic on that computer as well.
Bloody. Okay.
Your echo cancellation should minimize that if you've got that on.
Oh dear. Yep.
Well, while B is sorting out the tech stuff that he sent my way, and I just got done
Well
saying,
done.
I will just wanted to put this out there in case you hear me moan or wince or kind of lean to one side in a jerk. I sustained an accident today, as I was telling B earlier.
You already told everybody.
This, so the, you know, those exercise bands where they, you know, you got handles on them and you can
Yeah.
stretch with them. So I've had a one hooked up next to my coat rack in the living room for the last couple of months. I put a big old hook into the wall, just ground it in there, thought, well, that thing's not going anywhere. So I've been using the last couple of months. This afternoon, I get on, I'm doing some reps, and all of a sudden it snaps, it comes out, the hook hits me in the back of the head,
Oh,
knocks me
Jesus.
down on the ground, and I landed on my right shoulder. And right now you can't see it, but it's swollen. And all of that is to provide a perfect excuse for the fact that I'm self-medicating tonight. So
No, tell me that's not so. Oh,
Yes, it's,
my opinion of you just went.
yeah, well, I figured that would happen, and I wanted to own it before you saw it and questioned it, because you'd see me doing something weird, going, "What's he doing? He's got something going on over there." And
It's a
I'm just
gimp.
telling you that self-medication is the only thing that's keeping me up at the right now, because it hurts.
yes, it would hurt. It would hurt.
Yeah.
And exercise is supposed to make you feel good.
Yeah.
Well, that's the after effect, but I've never had a bolt come flying out of a
Oh,
wall
geez.
and land in the back of my head before.
Oh, I mean, that could have killed you.
It should have knocked me out. The thing
Yeah.
it's a hook. I mean, the damn thing's
Anyway.
it's like one of those 7-inch hooks. It's
Holy
huge.
Anyway, let's get back on track. Sorry about your accident there, Robert.
Yeah, I heard that before.
Yeah.
Oh, let me get your violin out. There it is. I'm playing it now.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So you're talking
now
about underwater or unidentified submersible objects, right? Or submerged
That's
objects?
correct. And what's the possibilities of it being in a more advanced civilization that's been here longer before us? Long before us.
Well, I mean, Science Bob was on the USS Hampton. I think it's SSN 767. And they were doing some testing. This is a number of years ago, and he's talked about it on the air in the past. So I'm not breaking any security apparatuses here, but they were at an operational depth, probably between 400 and 600 feet deep, and something went by them in the water. He said in excess of the speed of sound. Now, speed of sound in the water is what, 3 times faster, 4 times faster than air. I don't think it was going 2,000 miles an hour, but something going hundreds of miles an hour when zipping by the USS Hampton, and that's one of the they call it the 688 eyes. It's one of the improved Los Angeles class, and they have they're updated their sonar and stuff like that every time they go in to refit. So it wasn't an old submarine. It's a relatively new submarine, and of course, all those things. Even with if they cut defense spending, there's no way in heck they can they'll skimp on things that go underwater. There's just too much can go wrong if you're not using the best material and you're keeping it in tune. So something went by them at hundreds of miles an hour, and they have no idea what it was. They didn't know where it was coming from. They just knew it went by them, and it was fairly close. I mean, within hundreds of feet as it went by them, and I guess they were all flabbergasted at what happened. It wasn't something that they could see coming. It just came by, scared and surprised the daylights out of them, and it kept on going. And the
Yeah,
question is, how often does this happen?
Well,
so
have you
even if
guys seen? Have you seen the GI Joe movie series? Have you
No, I
seen
just
that
saw
the recent
yes,
ones with Channing Tatum and I think The Rock's in one or two. Bruce Willis is in. They
yeah,
in the third, I think it's the third one. It's called The Rise of the Cobra. If you want to see some of the best CGI and some of the best future tech, these guys nailed it in this movie. The body mech stuff was incredible. Whole scene through Paris. But the gist of the movie is this guy who calls himself the commander has taken and created nanobots and is genetically or nanobottedly engineering these super soldiers, which Brian, I'm sure if he may have seen it already. But the rest of the tech, everything is built under the ice cap in the Arctic in a huge complex, and they've got these subs and a pulse cannon, and all of it is shot underwater. And I got to tell you, that's some of the most. If any of the video games get even close to what they did in that movie, then I can see why people get into it because it looked as real as you would imagine it to look.
and reality starts off with imagination, of course. You know, I mean,
Well, yeah, but there's also a sprinkling of the truth in there. You know, the old saying, what's a better way to hide the truth than to, make it
in
public?
plain sight.
Um,
Right.
but
hiding in plain sight. Yeah.
yeah, hide it in plain sight. But the tech, what you were talking about, Jim, this would make me think of it. When you are underwater and you see something go zipping by at a few hundred miles an hour, it's like, well, how can that even happen, let alone can we even are we
Well,
trying to do
the
it, right?
technology that's capable of traversing through water like that, it's phenomenal. And of course, it's got to be literally thousands of years more advanced than us. This is what the question is. I mean, I have another doco there, which is about the Bermuda Triangle and the Dragon Triangle off Japan. There are all these triangles. I think there's also one in, I think it's the Baltic Sea or something up around that way.
And they have one called the White Triangle. It goes from Half Moon Bay to the Farallon Islands to Bodega Bay. And the reason why they call it the White Triangle, that is the breeding ground for the great white.
Right.
And they've had as many as 40 great whites in and around the Farallon Islands during mating season.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be a day that I would be in the water, even near the water.
But the thing is that gets to me. I mean, when ships go in these areas and they come out, but yet the crew are gone, but the meals and that are still on the table, haven't been touched. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's
it could be a storm or gas or I can't.
I think that may be another cavernous rabbit hole in a different area. But the just to finish up what I was talking about with Jim's experience, field propulsion and the management of frequency fields around objects, the whole frequency physics thing that I yammer on about when you guys let me before I have to shut up. That whole concept is, I mean, whoever was helping Roddenberry, whoever the folks were that were providing some of the scientific plausibilities of the tech that they were trying to portray in that series, those guys were thinking out. If there was a box, they were thinking clearly outside of it. But I think more importantly, some of these cats had to be aware of Tesla and Heaviside, Faraday, Whitehead, and just plasma physics, because all of that is where we're going to end up, in my not so humble opinion. But it's interesting that kind of tech, to B's point about the idea of who and what is under the sea and under the water, and could it be ancient civilizations? I mean, there's a lot of the mythos, Poseidon, Oannes, are apparently entities that came from the water, Quetzalcoatl. So they approached the the land and the folks walking up the beach, out of the water. It's like, what a cool entrance, kind of Aquamanish, I guess, right?
Yeah, well, Japanese have one, don't they? The Japanese, they actually had like a flying saucer type sea vessel,
Mm-hmm.
which goes back centuries.
Yeah, I mean, so here's my thoughts are this. Over roughly 70%, and I've got a couple of pictures I can pull up of what the Earth looks like without water.
Feel free.
So when you see that, you go, how much of it? And you start talking about volumes, and then the latest research that they found more water under the crust. There's more water under the crust than in the oceans that cover the rest of the planet. So water, hollow Earth, a Swiss cheese Earth. The miles, the hundreds and thousands of miles of undersea tunnels and what we typically refer to as DUMBs, the deep underground military bases. Well, there was tunnels and bases underground like that long before our folks started to figure out how to do that, in my opinion. They're all scattered all over the world. And if you think about just from the metrics that we know about this current Holocene period that we're in, which is what the archaeologists call the time period that we're in. We're in it started at basically the end of the last ice age. If the metrics that they've got about that are true, and that there was around the continents, there was at least a 300 to 400 foot lower sea level, which is equivalent to somewhere around 10 million square miles of, rough guess, around all the continental shelves. Well, the civilizations that are under that are out in the water, like in Dwarka and what they found around Herculaneum, and I mean, there's a lot of stuff, because getting down to the ocean seems to be more challenging than getting out into space. But the fact that there's more of it, and it's right here in our backyard, it's like our great big pool pond thing kind of. And we know that the stuff that we find down there, some of that life clearly has influenced some of the sci-fi movies coming from other planets. I mean,
they're
this
still
stuff.
finding species. They're still finding species that have never been documented before from the ocean.
Well, we have the same thing with species down in the Amazon. And I think that somewhere out in Siberia, in the Caucasus, and those regions, there is still life that's out there that we haven't found. But my point is that I think that the ocean, or the water that covers the mantle of the planet, is got all kinds of secrets in it. The stuff off of Malibu and the base out there, you can look at that. You can look at that on Google Earth and go, that ain't natural. That looks like somebody built four great big entrances and a nice side of a shelf.
And they've all got pillows.
Show me another place on the planet where that's happened.
Exactly. I mean,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't mean it's not there, but there's stuff that they've shown gigantic, I think it's in the 2 to 3 mile diameter boulders moving across the bottom of the ocean, clear track over time. And you go, well, how's that happening? What's going on over there?
You're right.
So I think that under the ocean there is probably a huge history and lineage of a lot of civilizations. Not one or two, probably a half a dozen, maybe even more. And could some of them still be around? Why not?
Well,
like you said earlier, I mean, if somebody said, what do you think aliens would do if they, came by, were flying by the planet? And
they'd lock their doors.
Yeah, the pilot says lock the
We
doors
shoot
and
at
roll up the
everything.
windows. Because, I mean, these people are just going nuts over some of the most inane, illogical stuff that you can imagine. But that's a part of our species. That's a part of the development that we're going through, and a part of this transformation in the frequencies.
Let's look at something else.
I think we got stuff under there, and we're going to find more.
Let's look at something else in a different way here. Like during the Second World War, I mean, well, first of all, I'll say whales can communicate with each other over 10,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Their mating calls, they sing to each other and they hear each other 10,000 miles apart. Now, sound travels underwater. Now, the thing is, imagine if you're a civilization in the depths of the ocean. I don't necessarily mean around the Maranatha Trench or whatever. I'm talking about in the ocean, full stop, anywhere out there. And all of a sudden, you're picking up these vibrations. Boom, boom, boom. And you go, hey, I've got to go and have a look at what's going on. So therefore, we start getting all these food fighters. They keep coming up and they start circling the aeroplanes and everything. You know, as everybody knows, the Germans thought it was the Allies thought it was the Germans, but it wasn't. And it's always been UFOs, and they come and look. But as soon as the atomic bomb was detonated, they came out of the bloody woodwork. They were shutting down silos and everything. Now, is it possible that these advanced civilizations under the ocean are picking up all these sounds in the water? We've got to have a look at this. What are those idiots doing up there? You know, it's their planet too, you know, and we are ready to destroy it. You know, I mean, it's only a hypothesis. I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but what if?
Well, you know, it's kind of interesting that you even can think about this being our planet. I mean, the whole idea, you and I were talking earlier about the age of the Earth, and they say it's somewhere around 4.5. It's based on what?
Yeah, exactly.
How did you come to that? Let's look at your information and objectively analyze it and see if it makes sense. Because one thing we do know is all these scientific constants and theories and so forth, and the dogmas are all basically assumptions. They're not really true. Or they're not facts, because truth and being true is an emotion. Fact is something that's empirical that doesn't matter what your emotion is. So when you have, you know, this is truth, then it's like, well, okay. Well, that's what these dogmas in science has been and been running the exploration of the cosmos and consciousness. They've just been putting great big roadblocks in because they think that the second law of thermodynamics, you know, entropy, they think that that's a fact. It's not. The conservation of energy and matter is a fact. It's not. There is no purpose in the universe. The universe exists by some kind of random poof. You go, really? That's all you got? There's a lot more to it than that. That the center of the Earth is a molten core. No, it's a plasma ball. And plasma explains most of the stuff that science goes, I got this great big long equation that I put into this model and ran it through this machine, and it spit out a manuscript, a tome. And you look at it and you go, okay, so yeah, what's that tell you? Who else can read that and figure out what the hell's going on? So if we look at just the biological data that we have, the paleontology and archaeology data that we have on biology as we know it, how long have humans been here? If the dinosaurs were around 65, or they ended 65 million years ago, why are all these cultures drawing pictures of them hanging out with what we call brontosauruses?
Yeah.
How did they know about those if they're only 200 or 300,000 years ago? I mean, you look at you look at the data and you go, wait a minute, there's some questions here, and your answers aren't cutting it.
Yeah, totally agree.
Anyway, that's my opinion, and I need medication. Oh.
Where's mine?
You know, the pinky was up.
Yeah, I know that.
So it was formal.
Well, the pinky's connected to my arm, which hurts. So it's the antenna to squirt the pain out.
It's broke. Yeah.
It's broke too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, when people describe grey aliens, and I think to myself, well, has anybody really taken a good look at dolphins? You know, they've got the almond eyes and they've got the nice grey skin. You know, I mean, whales are the same. Now, a lot of sea creatures have got that grey skin, almond eyes. It's quite common. It's quite common within the ocean. And I'm not saying that's where it may come from.
ETs are seals.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
they got-
B, you talk about gray skin and white eyes. Look at the three of us. I mean, come on, we're no spring chickens. We're more like we're getting into codfish.
hey, speak for yourself. I'm not incontinent yet. Yeah. Oh, put a bullet to me head. Yeah, but that's an interesting concept, though. I mean, are we alone? The thing is, do you think we're alone on this planet, within our planet? Do you think we are the most advanced species on this planet? Personally, what's your assumption on this? But I'll go with you, Jim. What's your
Well, I mean, sailors from as far back as there's written history have been talking about mermaids and creatures from the deep. I mean, a lot of your Greek mythology had to have some basis for from reality. To be able to talk about Neptune and then talk about Thor and talk about Zenith and all the other Greek gods. They had to have a basis for that idea of what these creatures could do and what they're capable of doing.
Jim, are you suggesting that these people weren't on plant-based additives?
You mean self-medicating?
Yeah, they weren't self-medicating and conjuring up these incredible visions as a result of their medicative state.
Well, I think it wasn't until the American Indians had discovered cannabis. I don't think the Europeans had that yet, but they did have cocaine. I do know that.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's what the fish fight was all about, wasn't it? Hey, you sit down, you don't feel like fighting after having your fish fights.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway,
That's why you have peace. They're too stoned to do anything.
But let's get back to the question at hand. Jim, do you think there's could possibly be more advanced civilization besides us?
Absolutely, without question. Right. I mean, and I have to go back to things I've heard from people who know what they're talking about. That there are 2 billion Earth-like planets in the universe that they've been able to, through mathematics, to be able to calculate. That's how many Earth-like planets are orbiting a similar-sized brown dwarf star as our sun in the inhabitable zone with liquid water. So, the universe is bigger than any of us can ever imagine. I mean, you can't even take the decimal points of all the stars systems, not counting the galaxies, the stars. And they figure for every star in the universe, 1.5 planets. So the possibility of having advanced civilizations, living in our ocean, why not? I mean, it's...
See, they may not necessarily be Earthlings themselves, but they could have been here a lot longer before we manifested on this planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I honestly feel today when you hear someone preaching, we're made in God's image. Well, if God's an alien and he looks like you and I, if he looks like you, B, then we're in trouble. But if he looks like Robert and myself,
we might be okay.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, okay.
No, but he said, what's to say that Homo sapiens, you and I, our direct descendants were from a different solar system, or maybe even a different universe.
Or from a cocktail somebody else made up.
Yeah, yeah, and we could be this. We could be a simulation.
Yeah. And now to you, Robert.
Okay, hold on a second. I think
Everybody can sit back now for the next half hour because Robert's just
Yeah.
I'll just sit back and relax.
well, you push the button, and you got to
You
you
get
got to
it.
know
You
that
get
that's
the
what's going to happen.
lollipop. Yeah.
So the current narrative, which is the narrative, and the paradigm of the narrative, and vice versa, is that there's this whole thing of there's this whole thing of what people are talking about under the category of disclosure in the UFO community, which has kind of become ufology, and because there's just a bunch of there's too much speculation with emotional desire. Everybody wants this. Somebody's those in the community, and I can see that there's a lot of passion in getting to the answer of first question, which is, are those things we see in the sky ours or are they theirs? My personal opinion is they're probably 80% plus ours. The rest are
Yeah.
theirs.
I agree with that too.
And there's a reason for that, which I'll get into in a second. But so that means that some 20% or something is theirs. Well, that raises the more important and fundamental question, which is, if it's somebody else's, then we're clearly not alone. And if we are not alone, then if you're questioning that, my answer to that is we've known that we're not alone for millennia. For all recorded history that we have, every cosmology of every civilization that we have ever unearthed, deciphered, and decoded has the same core story. Somebody from up there came down here, told us stuff, taught us stuff. Hell, some of them even created us, or at least engineered us. So, yeah, I mean, all it takes is about 15 minutes of reading some research that's been done on the topic, the ontology, and being able to look at the actual data that has been written for everything that we have found. And some of it's really fantastic. You get into the Mahabharata and the Vedic scriptures. Holy shit, that they have wars in heaven. I mean, these guys were using lightning bolts and blowing each other up and going through all kinds of heavy duty air warfare.
In India, they had the same thing, didn't they? Yeah,
that's the Vedic. Yeah, that's
right.
what I'm talking about.
Also in the 15th century or something like that in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
They were seeing battles in the sky,
Yeah, so my point there is that if you think that disclosure is to me, disclosure is the wrong word. What's really going on is exposure.
Exactly.
Because disclosure is like, okay, what are you disclosing? Well, everybody says, well, the fact that those aren't ours up there and that they are real, and we've got some, and we've done a little engineering, and maybe we have some relationships with some of the folks that owned the craft of the vehicles, the equipment, and the bodies that we've encountered and collected. Well, we've also known that for decades. Those that have paid any attention to it, those that have gone deep into the rabbit holes and caverns and earned the conspiracy theorist moniker, we've known this for a long time. In the last 100 years, we've known about it. And there's some evidence to suggest that over the last couple of 100 years is when a lot of it really started coming out. But nonetheless, now we've got stuff that we can do that looks really odd if you didn't know we could do it. And then there's these other things that are a whole nother level. Yeah, that stuff has been around. It's been written about. It's been painted about. It's been photographed. And the exposure is the fact that we have known about it for at least 70 or 80 years. And we've known more particularly about the tech. And that tech would have completely changed the world had they let it out and let the rest of the kids play with it as well.
Yeah. I
Free
agree with
energy,
that.
free water, free communications, all of that. Tesla designed all that stuff from whatever inspiration he got from the bolts from the blue that he wrote about on a regular basis.
Yeah,
And credited his,
the sad note to all this, aircraft is that it's like when they tested the nuclear bomb. Hey, it was top secret. Nobody knew what it was all about. As soon as they detonated, well, the Russians knew what it was all about. This new technology, bang, all of a sudden it became a threat. You share this technology, make it public, you can guarantee somebody is going to use it against you, try to use it against you. Like, for example, you only got to look at how North Korea and Iran and all these other countries go, hey, they're playing with toys they never had before. And now look what they're doing. They're putting the old spectrum of world peace in jeopardy, you know?
well, yeah, they're doing that by default of stupidity and incompetence. They think
Well,
they know what they're doing, but they clearly don't. And
yeah,
that's why it's all crumbling, in my opinion. I think we're seeing the self-imposed destruction and implosion of the elites, cabal, the globalonies, all of the whatever that category is of the folks that have been
you
pulling
want
the majority of the strings. We're watching them fall apart, and it's awesome. And all the great stuff is coming up right behind them. So
yeah,
the stuff that you're asking about down in under the ocean, B, we're gonna find out about that in the next 10, 20 years. A lot
I
of
reckon,
it.
I reckon so.
Same thing with what's going on in the atmosphere and between here and the moon. A lot of crazy stuff going on the moon, and Mars has got a whole nother thing going on as well. So, I mean, that is more recent speculation in the last few decades that this topic has been getting the attention and the focus that it has. The secret space program, the off-world civilization, Mars bases, moon bases, all that stuff, in some way, shape, or form, has truth to it.
Yeah, and then they
Because
talk
that's
about,
that, like we said, right, Jim?
Yeah.
Best way to hide something is to put it out there and let everybody see it.
I mean,
They go, I'm not believing that.
like when I was a kid there at Moffett Field, Danny Smith and I, we rode our bicycles everywhere, and we were there so much, we were invisible. I mean, we just happened. It was like that could be a leaf blowing by as far as they were concerned. But here was 2 10-year-olds riding their bicycles, through the big hangar one at Moffett or in and around the perimeter road. And we used to spend our time underneath the tower waiting for an airplane to crash because it averaged 7 crash alerts a day back then. And this is back in the 50s. I mean, we saw an A3 Sky Warrior come in and hit, and when it hit, it literally blew its. I mean, the tires and wheels and tires went flying, and the thing skidded around. Didn't catch on fire, but I think the pilot felt, well, we're going to do a carrier type landing, and it's going to give. No, I don't think Mother Earth is with under 14 inches of concrete is going to give when you hit it with a 80,000-pound airplane, and it didn't. And we used to watch that stuff all the time. And they had to put a big sign. It was 100 feet by about 20 feet, and it flashed wheels. These guys were coming in with their gear up. I don't know if they didn't have a checklist, when they're landing on an aircraft carrier, or maybe they call it the head cat man on the deck would say, you get on the radio, call them, tell them to put their gear down. But they probably had 30 or 40 instances where airplanes landed or were coming in on final, and the tower said, pull up, pull up, pull up, because their gear wasn't down. Now we can't.
You know what I just found out lately, Jim, which is amazing? I didn't realize when an aircraft flies onto a deck of an aircraft carrier, they're actually flying in on full throttle. Because if the hook doesn't catch the cable, at least they've got the power to take off again.
Yeah, as soon as they try to catch the third wire, as they call it, they're in full afterburner. Because if they miss that, they've lost that inertia coming in, and they go into full burner, and they have enough space on top of on the flight deck of the carrier
Amazing.
to launch, to continue on. And it can get hairy. And some of those guys coming in, especially at night in bad weather, some of them are flying fuel critical. And I said, I got to hook this time, or get the helicopters out because I'm going to have to ditch. So
Obviously, don't want those self-driving cars like self-driving airplanes.
yeah. And,
what do you call it? Google car, isn't it? The Google car or somebody like that.
and I can honestly say I landed on an aircraft carrier and was catapulted off. That's a hell of an excitement. And I was in a cod. We're sitting backwards. We're coming in. And so, the deceleration is you're going 180 miles an hour and you stop in 200 feet. And then taking off, the loadmaster said, put your hands underneath the buckles of your harness, because you're going to be thrown into it, and you're going to be taking a shower tonight or tomorrow morning. You wonder what these two big, huge square bruises are in your chest. You're taking a cod can weigh 140,000 pounds or thereabouts. Now, maybe not that much. Let's say 50 or 60,000 pounds, and they're going from 0 to 120 and 150 feet. You're pulling 3 or 4 G's just taking off.
Yeah, no thanks.
And it's fun. And I'm going to request to go out for carrier quals on. I'd like to do it on the Ronald Reagan, but really I would like to do it on the Gerald Ford. I want to get onto a Ford class carrier.
Didn't they just launch that, Jim?
No, it's in the Gerald R. Ford is in it was in the Mediterranean. They had that, and I think it was the Carl Vincent, where I think it was the Vincent. They had 2 CVNs in the Eastern Mediterranean, getting ready to nuke Hamas. I don't know, but I'm done. Okay. I had a whole bunch of stuff on there that said,
I do have another video there if you want to look at it. It's about Bermuda Triangle and that, which I knocked up.
You did what? What did you do to it?
Knock it up.
You knocked it up. No. Yeah. You Aussies, you got to get, I know. Your slang is the shit. I wish that it's like that one I sent you the other day, where they overdubbed the Putin responding to Tucker Carlson in the interview, and they overdubbed it and did the Aussie doing Putin. Oh my God, that was just classic. I said, okay, that's why you Aussies own slang. Between you and the Scots, there's nothing like it.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Hey, swearing's our second language. Didn't you know that?
Yeah, I think it's your first, and you had to learn the rest of it, so the rest of society
would
take you serious.
Honestly, that was a difficult part. But I'm going to see if I can pull up another video. It'll probably play as soon as it comes on. So please, just be patient there for a second. I've got to present. Okay.
And I got to get off in about 30 minutes. And if you're still here when I'm done with what I'm doing, I'll be back.
This on. That's not wrong one. That's the wrong one. God, I'm talking to myself here. Sorry, guys.
No porn.
Yeah, you don't want to get that started, because the show would have all kinds of its own problems then.
Yeah.
All right, so
I can't bring it up. It's just going to play just too much crap. Never mind. Another day.
So, whoops. Okay, so I've got something to share. Let me present this here. Is it screen? I want There it is. You see that, B?
Yep.
So that's the Earth
Without
without
water.
water.
It's not as pretty.
Certainly not as pretty, but I mean this is obviously just the Western Hemisphere. But look at the, the Atlantic here. You got the big ridge. This coastline, Florida is way back in here,
Yeah,
right?
it's really shallow through there.
And look at this whole area over here with the California goes down here. So there's an entire. Have you seen the maps the old maps where California's an island off the coast?
Yeah.
Apparently somebody was around when that was actually happening and wrote it down.
Now, someone just said, gentlemen. I hope you're using that term loosely.
Oh, mate, I'm no gentleman. Just ask my wife; she'll tell you.
So here's one more, and this is we were talking about the length, the time that we are supposed to be in, right? Is it really 4.5 billion? Who knows? But the delineation
you have to
here,
start somewhere. Yeah.
the delineation here is an interesting perspective. So the meteorite bombardment, apparently what, crashed into this planetoid that had formed from the mass acceleration and condensation of matter and energy. And it came into this ball, and then there was meteorites. Then life happened between 3 and 6 a.m. because that's when the oldest fossils seem to be found based on the measurements that we have. Then all of a sudden there was abundant banded iron formations. And it was late morning. I mean, we'd already had our coffee and biscuits and bacon and eggs here, right?
Your morning constitution, yeah.
Morning constitution, including the daily constitutional of the paper, right?
Yeah.
And then sometime afternoon after lunch, we decided to make stuff, single-celled algae. And then there was a few hours later, by cocktail time, sexual reproduction happened.
And I'm sure you thought about using cocktail as a identifier.
That was an intentional pundage. So then it gets dark, and seaweed, jellyfish, trilobites, plants on the land, dinosaurs happen just before 11. Mammals show up after the dinosaurs, and about a minute and 15 seconds before midnight, we show up.
Yeah.
Now that's the current model and the metrics that that they're using in I think a very interesting way to look at it. So if this is anywhere near accurate, we've only been around for a minute and 15 seconds of 24 hours.
Yep.
Not
So,
very long. Not very
Just
long.
quick enough to be a thought.
Right? So I just wanted to share those because I thought they were kind of relevant and interesting to the topic
Well,
this evening.
it is relevant because I mean, if human species evolved over so many millions of years, right, from the Neanderthal man right through, there was one before that actually, but I mean, how are we to say? How many civilizations? I mean, there's the excavations that's happening in South Africa at the moment. They come across 25,000 new buildings have been buried. Now they're finding more buildings underneath that, meters under it, which takes us back thousands of more years. And then we're talking about these trees that are we call mountains now, the silica trees they call them, they reckon they would have been about 10 mile high. The physical size of them,
Well, here's a question for you. You know, everybody knows Devil's Tower, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Isn't that what they actually done? They close down the third kind movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, do you think that is a volcanic geologic activity that caused that,
No.
or is it a fossilized tree?
Well, I would say it's a fossilized tree. Apparently, somebody took a photograph of it at about nearly a kilometre up, and you can, with infrared and everything else, you can actually see rings in it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've got some on Google Earth. I've got some pins in Madagascar, and that landscape is incredible. It's it's been separated for a long time, and that's why it has some of the life on it is unique only to that island. It's not found anywhere else.
Well, like Australia, I mean, it has so much stuff that's unique only to.
And look at B. Right?
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah,
that's unique life that only exists down there. We haven't seen that anywhere else on the planet.
And then you got me.
That's what we're talking about. Talking about you.
I know. I know. I'm just being sarcastic. I don't know.
Yeah, we're not sarcastic.
So yeah, the geology in Madagascar, there are tree stumps, and you can see there's all these tributaries that come out from around these big plateaus, and when you look at them from a limb perspective, you can actually see that those tributaries were these giant limbs that fell off of this giant tree. Some of them were 3 to 5 miles potentially in height because the base is over a mile wide.
Wow.
And you
unbelievable.
You look at it and you go, well, explain that, Lucy. Show me how that fits into all of the knowledge buckets and the metrics that you use and the methodologies, the men and the math and the models to come up with an answer for that. Tell me it's geological, I'll listen to it. But if you're gonna tell me at the end that, am I gonna believe what you're telling me or my lying eyes? I'm probably going with my eyes.
Hey, isn't there a rock in Indonesia that's the shape of a snake and got a head like a snake and it's huge? Petrified?
I haven't seen that, but it wouldn't.
When I see it, I'll post it to you. It's quite interesting. Quite interesting indeed. Oh, so what are you doing today, Jim? You got another show after this, mate?
Yeah, I hadn't heard from you yet, so I thought it was supposed to be early. It turns out I went to public school, so I failed math. Actually, the high school I went to, Los Altos High School, there in Silicon Valley, it was a college prep high school, and every teacher had to have they say a master's in the subject they were teaching. This is for high school. And we had a biology teacher, Mr. Smith, and he had a PhD in genetics. And we were taught genetics way back when, and we used the Drosophilus, the fruit fly.
Thank you, Claudette.
Yeah, it's a dragon skeleton.
Yeah.
Mr.B.
Yeah, that's what she was actually.
Yeah. So I do have to leave here shortly, but I hope to be back if you're still on. I don't know if I'm.
I don't think we're going to be on too long today. Robert's not feeling the best, and he's a bit under the weather.
If he self-medicates enough, he won't notice the pain.
I think I'm just kind of getting. I got some numb going on, so I could definitely cut loose with a rant or two.
Yeah, you'll probably be here.
apropos of nothing we've been talking about, I hope to have an opportunity to go have a cup of coffee with Heidi Pop next weekend.
Nice.
Yeah, I sent her a link. Apparently, she was in bed. I think she had an early night.
Yeah, I'm going to be in. I'm leaving on Thursday, and I'm going to be at BJ's Corner there in Palmdale. Hopefully, I'll be able to use
So
my.
when are you back, Jim? When are you back?
I'll probably be back Monday or Tuesday,
Oh.
and I'm gone like 5 days, maybe 4. But I asked Heidi, "Are you going to be around?" She said, "Sure." I said, and I'm going to be going right through Santa Clarita, so
And you behave yourself, Jim.
I have to. I'm married to a German.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm married to one. I feel like it. She's one.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Well, I have 2 Germans that I have to contend with. One has 2 legs, one has 4. So it's our sweet little rescue German Shepherd dog. And I know that, and you can't see me very well. That's me on the way to Sturgis.
Ah, look at the back. See what's at the back.
Oh, she's awake.
Yeah, hey, yeah, but look at the rock behind Jim there.
Yeah, well, that's
Devil's
Devil's
Tower.
Tower.
Yeah.
I lit it up. But I had I'll get out of the way completely. That's how I traveled 3,200 miles on that thing that over that weekend. So I have
Well, that'll give you a chapped ass.
yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be on Spaced Out Radio after, and they're waiting for you over there.
Yeah, they're a good show. Actually, Space Out Radio do a good show. Look it up. I'll watch it myself.
But Rob said he wouldn't have me on until 8:30 my time, or 9:30 my time, 8:30 his time. And yeah, so I'm gonna head on out now. I will be back if you're still here, Robert. You feel better.
Thank you.
And heal, and don't be so silly when you're trying to trim yourself up.
Well, the summer's coming, and I figured I might as well, add an extra chisel to the chisel.
Hey, his voice is slowing down now. He has to think. The old scotch is getting to him, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's always painful when it's your dominant limb. So now I'm finding it hard to do things, and the only thing I found that I can actually do right now is pick up a glass and drink it. Everything else is too much work.
Okay. All right.
I just wish I could.
Yeah.
My brain didn't race when I talk. I mean, my thoughts just race. My mouth can't keep up with it, man.
Yeah.
I have to slow down a bit.
All right, because I got to go. I will be back if you're on air.
All right, Jim. Have a good show.
Will do.
Catch you later. Have a good one, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. So, how's the informatics going there with you, mate? Let's change subject for a sec now.
Informatica?
Yeah, Informatica, yeah.
Oh, it's there's a lot going on, and I'm working on too many parts at once, but that's the only way they're all going to get done. So I've been working on that. I've also been working on my label, Intuitive Sound.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting all of the content up on a YouTube channel dedicated for it. So I've been making videos for that and doing the mixing and editing and mastering and all, and I love doing it. And there's a lot of it to do, so I've been spending a lot of time there. I've been doing shows. The Earl Hall show was the latest one that came out on Thursday. And it's been interesting being a guest, and then I'm lining up shows. I'm lining up guests for my show. So I've got John Seri, Thomas Fusco, Dominic, and Karen and Brooks and Jeff. I mean, I've just got a whole bunch of folks lined up to talk about some really interesting things. So, been busy as I can be doing all that.
Okay, well, listen, just for a sec here. I've just put a link in the chat. If anybody in the chat would like to come in on the show, just say hello, talk. You don't have to go webcam. You can use just your microphone or whatever. You're more than welcome to come in. So we'll have a bit of an open house. See if anybody's got the balls to come in. That's just my language. Okay, here we go. So feel free to jump in, anybody, as long as you mind your P's and Q's and be respectful to me. Don't worry about Mr. Bauer. I mean,
No, it's nice to have somebody to interrupt me because somebody's got to at some point. I'm getting better, but I'm still working on it.
yeah, I know what it's like to be in pain, my friend. I know. I suffer with my neck all the time, really bad, and people don't understand that. In what you see on camera and what people don't got to see me when I'm not on camera. I'm like a baby, A sook is the word my wife might call me, a sook. Anyway.
Well, it looks like Gerald might be on his way, according to Jane there, which would be great.
Yeah.
Haven't seen him and talked to him in a while.
Yeah, I actually sent him a link at the beginning of the show, but well, you never know. He's got other things to do as well, too. You're good. But I'm really kind of fascinated with the concept of we're not alone on this planet. And I was actually trying to find the Bermuda Triangle one. I'll see if I can find a game. But the trouble is, it's like a show start. That's the point. I don't want to do like I'm starting the show all over again because I hooked it in with. Here he is. Hey. And how are you, Gerald?
How are you?
How's it going?
Well, good.
Going great. How are you, my friend?
Good.
I'm going to see if I can find a Bigfoot one. I've got a Bigfoot. Here we go. Hey, guys, just bear with me. I'm going to put this on. It's going to jump in right now.
To the enigmatic world of legendary creatures, where mystery shrouds the very essence of their existence. This is Mr. B's Truth Seekers, where we delve into the heart of ancient lore, where we examine the legends of beings that have fascinated humanity for generations. Our journey begins in the vast expanse of the Australian outback, where indigenous Australians have spun tales of a creature known as the Yowie for thousands of years. These stories tell of a Bigfoot-like being, a colossal creature that roams the wilderness, leaving an indelible mark on the indigenous culture. But this isn't a tale confined to the Australian outback. Travel across the Pacific Ocean, and you'll find the Native Americans whispering tales of a similar creature. They call it Sasquatch, a being of immense size and strength, a creature of the wild that has been a part of their folklore for as long as they can remember. Yet the tales don't end there. Venture into the icy heights of the Himalayan mountains, and you'll hear whispers of the abominable snowman. This legendary creature, much like its counterparts in Australia and North America, has been a part of the local lore for generations. What makes these stories even more fascinating is the geographical disconnect. These legends stem from cultures that are oceans apart, yet they share striking similarities. These creatures, despite their different names and slightly varied descriptions, are essentially the same. They are large, elusive, and have been a part of human folklore for thousands of years. But what could be the connection? Could these tales be mere coincidences? Or is there something more to these legends? Could these creatures be alien beings, moving through portals from another dimension? Or are they remnants of a forgotten past, echoes of a time when such creatures roamed the earth? As we delve deeper into these legends, we find ourselves faced with more questions than answers. The existence and nature of these creatures remain shrouded in mystery. Their stories a tantalizing blend of fact and fiction. So, we are left to ponder. What if these creatures aren't just figments of our collective imagination? What if they are real, living among us, hidden in the shadows, a testament to the wonderful and mysterious world we live in? Could it be that we have yet to uncover the full extent of the incredible biodiversity of our planet? And so we leave you with this thought-provoking question. What if these legendary beings are more than just legends? What if they are a reality we have yet to fully comprehend? Could there be any connection to the thousands of individuals that have gone missing in our national parks? Keep seeking, keep questioning. The truth is out there, waiting to be discovered. Like and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Mr.B and Friends Truth Seekers.
Well, how about that, guys?
That was good.
Yeah. And it took 10 minutes to knock up. Robert put me onto this wonderful AI program. And I've been so busy with it, I've used up all the quota for this month. It's a marvelous tool.
There's some really good stuff out there that's coming out, and we're going to see a whole bunch more. And one of the reasons, I think, is the fact that the tech, the platforms, the tools, the networks, the databases in particular are all just getting a major upgrade. So what's happening is what used to take days because you had all these disjointed parts of the process and you had to have different tools for each and all that. All that shit's been conglomerated into expert systems. AI is nothing more than an expert system. And
actually, I've noticed with that particular program we're using, it's actually linked into Google. It gets most of its information from Google, and it's for some reason it keeps coming. When I open up the program, it actually shows you Google. It's actually linked into Google, my friend.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's where AI is having its biggest challenge is the openness of it. So all of the Chat GPT X from 3 to I think they just announced 4 or 5 are all based on available existing information. And that information is static. So it has a snapshot of the data. And then if it needs to go interrogate that data again, it may come back, and usually does, with a different set of data. Data that's either new and added, or data it didn't find before. Or data that wasn't available to it before that was, still been around a while. So the way that it's being, the hype, hyperbole, muss, fuss, and sex and sizzle that is all around this topic that's sucking the oxygen out of all of the conversation is, it's just another example of great persuasion and using a little bit more fear than good spices and things in the mix than it should have. Because there's the thing about it, the negative side, the nefarious, the maleficent sides of it is it's going to take your job all the way to it's going to float through the air and infect your being and totally transform you into some transhumanist motif of whatever it has originally been programmed to do. But that's the key, is that it has to be programmed. It has to have human design from the things that you cannot put into a program, the things of insight, intuition, intent, curiosity, imagination. Those are all aspects and characteristics of consciousness that we all have. And that apparently requires an organic system for it to manifest.
The fact is that for the program to actually work, you still have to give it the storyline because it can't think of that for itself.
Well, that's what the programming, or what they call the prompt,
Yeah.
which is based on NLP, which is natural language programming.
Exactly right.
And what they do is they just create all these constructs of, human ideas, thoughts, the commonalities, the wide database of it, the data associated with it, all the places where you can mine data. But it has to work on existing information. It can't create because it doesn't have intent. It doesn't have intuition. It doesn't have insight, because we can't even explain it, let alone program it.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway,
So-
listen, I want to ask Robert, Gerald, a question. What have you been up to lately there, Gerald? I mean, how's the Midwest Night Watches going, mate?
Pretty good. I mean, we're steadily growing a little bit at a time, week by week, and I think it's 780 subscribers now, and so we're starting to reach out a little bit, and we got great guests coming on. Robert's coming back on, and I think we're going to have you scheduled, Mr. B, to tell your experience.
That's been desperate, isn't it?
And Sunday we have Brown Dwarf coming on from California, and I think we're going to dive into the Pasadena area. He says there's some Bigfoot stories and some weird stuff going on around Pasadena.
That's excellent. That's excellent. So I see you're getting more into the Bigfoot lately, rather than just.
We've always been in all the subjects, but our show started out with aliens and UFOs just because of our night sky and what we noticed. But me and Jane have always been into all the rabbit holes for a long time. We just never really focused or talked about it. But as more and more guests come on, we reach more and more subjects.
Well, the thing is, with ufology, you can only cover so much of the same shit, excuse my expression. And you can. I mean, it's the same old all the time. And you've got to kind of, as Robert would probably say, scrutinize it and analyze it. And, hey, let's look at it from a different perspective. And actually, I thank you for that, Robert. You taught me a few things. That's for sure. But again, we tend to take things at face value. And it's about time we don't, because, look, I'll be honest, I don't badmouth people, really. I mean, there's a lot of shit going on in ufology at the moment. I mean, storytellers, and now we're in a situation now that we've got to kind of work our way through the crap and say, I mean, where's this going to? I mean, basically, I feel that they're attracting the sci-fi freaks. They're channeling on people that are into sci-fi. And the market's moved in a way that they're feeding them stuff like, I mean, I don't know if they're real or not, but people say, but it's what they call, they're dribble feeding people with all this stuff, like Stargate. I mean, next would be kind of, Battlestar Galactica. I mean, I don't know. Oh, they've already got the what do you call it? The Galactic Federation of Planets going on now. I mean, I'm sure there is a Galactic Federation of Planets somewhere out there amongst the trillions and trillions of galaxies that's infinity. I mean, I don't know, but to turn around and say it's real, that gives me red flags. That puts up the flags, because at the end of the day, unless you can put truth on the table to say it's real, there's facts, there it is. Well, I will turn around and say, wow, I was wrong. And I don't mind admitting that. I'm the first one to admit that I'm wrong. But
so the real question is, B, do you really want to meet an alien?
Do I? Not from my past experience, mates, for some reason. I mean, even though my abduction was very scary, not scary, nice, serene. It was the following day, and for 2 years after, I suffered chronic anxiety and panic attacks. So something happened to me which caused that. So do I want to meet? Probably from a distance, not on a personal experience again. But then again, I don't know. I mean, there's more than one type of alien. I mean, I suppose. But
Yeah,
I
I
can.
mean, you would have the condition of, well, what kind of an alien is it? Is it a benevolent or malevolent?
Yeah,
And you
exactly.
definitely want to. I mean, why wouldn't you want to meet the benevolent ones that are like, have our best interest in their intent? And I think there's no doubt to me that they're there. I think that intent is actually why we're here. That it got kind of sideways over time for various and nefarious reasons, but nonetheless, we are somebody else's experiment.
Oh, look,
Let's
it
just
says
call
that
it
it's
what it is.
that's written in stone.
Well, it's written by. When I was going on my rant about the problem with the term disclosure and how I think it should be the exposure. It's not disclosing anything. It's
No,
exposing the fact that they've had it, they've been doing it, and it's been around and they've been actively engaged in it for at least 80 plus years. And if you look at the history that we know, it's been going on for millennia since we have any kind of cosmology on any civilization. So
yes,
my point is that
yeah.
if that is anywhere near a fact, and I'll make this one distinction because I think it's really important, especially when listening to my line of very long opinion, especially when it's been self-medicated before for pain. So that caveat and that disclaimer up front.
Well, I
Since
mean, you're
we are
right.
since we are somebody else's creation, some other, what I refer to as our cosmic cousins, and these entities, these cousins, seem to have some very common characteristics, right? What you would call mapping or pattern recognition, right? There seems the majority of them, even if they're reptiles or even if they are some spirit entity, there's a consistent humanoid form. Humanoid meaning there's a head, there's a trunk, and there's limbs. So apparently, if that indeed is a characteristic among 90% of the encounters and the, um, the explanations and the stories of the encounters that people have had, then okay, it seems like this universe that we inhabit has a proclivity for the humanoid form, which would line up, in my opinion, with let us create man in our plural image, right? And you go, well, okay, so apparently we're kind of like whoever that creator was.
Can I jump in here for a moment,
Yeah, I'm
please?
sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. Genesis 1:27 says, "And God made man in his image." Let's go Genesis 1:26. Same verse, word differently. Genesis 1:27 is the Judaism Christian version. Genesis 1:26 is the original Jewish version, right? And Jewish version says, when the gods made man, they made him in their image, in our likeness.
Mm-hmm.
Which it's not, it's plural, not singular.
Well, yeah, because they were a group. They weren't. This is one of the mental traps and filters that I think has put one of the things is put the constraints on the full human experience of consciousness and reality. And what I mean by that is there's all these constructs that explain that have been carefully crafted and curated and proffered throughout the millennia that we know. That's what all the stories are about. Where did we come from? How does it work? Well, there's a dude up there, or there's people down there, or there's this multidimensional existence of things that come in and manipulate and potentially fuck with you. And you go, well, okay, those are common characteristics. Well, how can that manifest in a way that isn't in a construct based on anything other than its existence? In other words, based on no hierarchy of personality or divination to personality. So if this is making any sense, hopefully this will kind of tie it together. If your understanding of of your reality and the universe that you experience in this reality is based on a personality, someone that has characteristics of someone like you. You are a personality because you are an individual, unique frequency stamp of the energetic frequencies that come from energy, that it comes from consciousness. Boom, boom, boom. It's that simple. There's no anything other than the empirical observation of that's the way that it appears to work. And we all experience it, but in each one there are different levels and degrees of filters and either clarity or confusion.
Hey, listen, can you just excuse me for a moment? I've got to go and have an undrink.
I've just gotten started, B. There's at least another 20 minutes, so take your time.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm going to water the roses, okay? So back in a sec. There you go.
Well, while you're doing that, Gerald, first of all, before I leap off the twig of high octane speculation and prose here, what do you think of what I said so far? Is it making any sense?
Yeah, I mean, we all have filters that we use, whether you're a Christian or a non-believer or you believe in multiple gods or whatever. We all have filters that we put in to make sense of stories that we hear for ourselves, whether you're in the UFO or the cryptid world or whatever field you go down. I mean, that's why I like to have people on that have their own experiences. I mean, we could sit here and talk about Barney and Betty, and we could talk about Roswell and talk about the
Travis
Phoenix
Walton.
Lights forever. There's no new information on that stuff that we know of, but people every day are experiencing things, and that's when it becomes exciting because every once in a while you hear something new in what they're talking about. So I guess I'm getting off track of what you were talking about, but
No, I think you're making perfect sense, just like I was.
all right. So
Well,
I mean,
yeah, go
me
ahead.
myself being a Christian, I grew up in the church, and me and my wife do, but we also are spiritual. I mean, if you just want to keep adding to it, we're going down the rabbit holes, and we believe in all that stuff, and simply because as a young kid, I saw the spirituality and other side of the Bible and the stories where like Jesus walked through walls, the indoor witch brought back spirits. I mean, so there's all that built into the Bible, even though Christians don't usually like to talk about that stuff. There is all that built into those stories.
There's some pretty crazy stuff in there when you think about it. Elijah's whole encounter was like, okay. And of course, Giorgio at the Ancient Aliens crew and all that, they've gone down that rabbit hole, with what was it, Elijah? And if you take the literal description, and that's of the latest incomplete, inaccurate version, because if you go back to the original, it was Greek translated into Aramaic. And you go back in Mauro Biglino, if anybody has not heard of the Naked Bible, highly recommended. There's free videos on YouTube. Graham Hancock interviews him a lot, and this guy has just taken a scientific method and taken a direct approach at go back to where is the source? What does the source say? Well, the source is actually this word, and it means that. It doesn't mean this.
Right.
And the best example is what that he's found, and Joseph Atwill and his work, Caesar's Messiah. Does some exceptional research that I highly recommend as well. That's free on YouTube. So what they've done is they've gone back and they've looked and they've said, wait a minute, all the stuff that people are using to read and think about and adapt into their spirituality, their presence, their relationship with reality and universe and whatever that thing is, whether it's a god or it's a whole bunch of gods, because it seems like at least all the stories. One of the things that I find very interesting is that in the ancient script, and again going back to the Mahabharata and the Vedic and Rig Veda, I mean those stories are they're mind blowing. If you had any kind of mental stimulant and you read those, you would go on a serious trip. McKenna talks about that, especially, in his experiences with psilocybin and those. So you look at those and you go, well, where did they come up with all that stuff? I mean,
Right.
that sounds pretty far out. But nonetheless, they all have the similarities between the folks that came, whether it's the Anunnaki or any of the Hindu and Vedic. I mean, they've got more gods than anybody else. Everything has a god. And in a lot of ways, I think that's kind of makes sense. And I look at it as God is the wrong word. It's actually frequency. And it's the characteristic of that frequency, the nature and the habits and the attributes of that frequency. But in all of those folks that apparently all of the stuff that they brought with them, they had families. There was a hierarchical thing going on. There was strife and conflict between siblings and parents and children. All of the shit that we've gone through in our history, all of the different reigns of different kingdoms and fiefdoms, and all of the throughout time that we have been able to determine, and there's a lot more, in my opinion, than what we have actually found. All of them have the same characteristic. It's a hierarchical thing. So two things, and I just remembered, so I got to make sure I wrap this circle back up. So when you look at the translation of the actual work, God is not a word that is used in any of the Bibles, any of the Bible versions, Old Testament or New Testament. That word doesn't exist. What they translated it to God is from Elohim. Elohim
Right.
is plural for the El, who were apparently the main cats, whether it was El or the Anu or Ea or Enki and Leal, all of the different things out of the Sumerian versions, but they all have that same characteristic. There is no God. There's no delineation of anything other than Yahweh, which has apparently been translated as some mid-level lieutenant in a region. It was not God. It was not Yahweh. It wasn't the dude in the Old Testament. And it's actually, if you think about it, when you look at the characteristics, the personality of this Yahweh in the Old Testament, it may be me, but I think if there was a psychological evaluation done on that individual, that it wouldn't come up very favorably. It would have a lot of narcissistic, a lot of anger, a lot of malevolent intent towards people that he didn't like, and he gathered up his crib and sent him after those folks to go wipe them out. There was a whole bunch of that going on. So that doesn't make any sense to me. It makes me go, and I was in the Pentecostal church. I was deep into prophecy, 3-4 Bible studies a week, beating people over the head at prisons, youth authorities, and rest homes, telling them that if they didn't, they were done. I was deep. I was casting out devils, speaking in tongues, and watching broken bones heal in front of me. What? What? How did that happen? And the definition that I had for it, I was given for it at the time, I said, okay, because I ain't got nothing better. And as time went on and I started examining it and trying to go, what was that happened? And I started to learn about how the universe actually functions, at least from my experience. Then the explanations for it came from the understanding of frequencies and energy and consciousness. It's like, I've seen people do stuff that are way weirder than that, and they ain't religious. They're not tied on to some personality-based theology.
I like to know that if you go back in time and take something back today, back in time, I mean, well, look, something like a laser cannon. I mean, how would they look at that? The rod of God. I'm just saying. I mean, you go back 100 years ago with a cell phone. They'll have you up for bloody. Hey, if it was in America, 200 years ago, they'll hang you as a witch or burn you to the stake. You know what I mean? I mean, what we take for granted today would be friggin' magic for people in the past.
Oh, yeah.
Unconceivable. I mean, so obviously, I mean, you come from the heavens. Yeah, okay, you're God. You can point your, it look like you point your finger at somebody and they disintegrate in front of you. Oh my God. You know what I mean? God's overwhelming power. I mean, it's mind-boggling. It's the lack of knowledge, and but yet we are now at the age where we can kind of say, okay, it's a new tech. I mean, if an alien comes down, they call friggin' magic and weird science. So, well, we can turn around and say, well, we know that's a science, but we're not there yet, but we can comprehend that. We're not going to stand around and say, that person's a god. We're in a totally different generation.
We're in an age, and I agree, but I would call it an age of transformation, and
Yes.
there's a whole bunch of different metrics around, from the cosmos, from the macro to the micro, the cosmos to the deuterium in our biological carbon-based meat suits. All of that is changing dramatically, and there's nothing we can do about it from the standpoint of trying to mitigate it. We actually should be figuring out how to maximize it, because it is it is coming whether we want it or not, and more importantly, it's really good shit. I mean, the stuff that's coming is just going to be amazing, but it's going to require a visage and a constitution.
Well, it's get to the point there, Robert.
Of being in wonder about the change, focused with a positive intention to engage with it. You have to be able to go, if it's coming, how do I best manage this? How do I mitigate the BS and maximize the good stuff? And how do I become aware of that so that I can focus my attention and therefore intention on going in that flow? Because that flow that we're in is, I mean, it's just getting started. Stuff that's ahead is going to blow people's minds.
You can't stop evolution. You just can't do it unless you destroy it, you know. But you can't stop evolution. But on the same token, they're trying to dumb us down with it. You know what I mean? They're trying to kind of.
The greatest suppression has been the ability of the reality of the human being, the human mind, the human consciousness. That has been herded and purposely the intent to herd it into a group mentality has been the challenge and the greatest weapon of all civilizations. The rulers, the people, the kings, the lords, all of the different entities that have reigned over civilizations, and whether they were small cultures or globe spanning civilizations, which we've had at least one, I think probably 3 or 4, and then some spotted ones into 5 and 6, because I think it goes way back further, way back, way back, way back. And one of the interesting things for me I'll drop this nugget on the table, and you can knock it around in your noggin. One of my favorite things to do is to look at history as myth and myth as history. And once I did that, and I started reading what we are told is myth, the Sumerian tablets, again, the Mahabharata, the Rig Veda, the Tao Te Ching, there is an entirely different view of reality that has been more prevalent throughout the time up until the last couple of 100 years than the bifurcation and the separation that we are under right now. And that is from the Ethereum and the Materium. That separation, taking the Ethereum out and saying that if you can't see it, you can't touch it, you can't measure it, it ain't real. Once they discarded that and we stayed with this materialistic grit model, everything's a billiard ball bouncing off and, atoms and all this other crap. That's not the way it works. It's all frequency. So the realization of that is what's going to, in my opinion, create, it'll be one of the catalysts of the great reveal, the great rethink, the great rebuild. All of those things are going on simultaneously. There's a bunch of great going on right now is my point. And to pay attention to it and to focus on it is going to be, in my opinion, at least I'm going to try this, the most productive path to the positive prosperity that we're about to see. And it doesn't seem that way because it's so messy right now. There is so much crap. It is piled deep, and they keep stacking it every day. And it's gotten to the point where the bubble that they've put all of us and that in is breaking. It's like, wait a minute, that stack of shit has just broke through the dome.
Yeah.
And it's happening all over the dome. So as an analogy, I don't know if that works or not, but
well, I mean, look at, like you mentioned, the last 100 years, literally the last 50 years or more, or closer to us. Look at how many people just buried their head in the sand, didn't want to adjust to change or technology, whether it was we were riding horses and the automobile come along. So, oh, that's just a fad. That'll never catch on. Well, everybody's got automobiles. Telephones. Nobody wanted to put telephones in their houses. Nobody wanted to put electricity and have lights in their houses. But look where we are today. So I think we're facing that now. We got all this stuff coming, and some people want to just like bury their heads in the sand and say, no, I just want to stay the way I am and don't want to move on. It's kind of like me when I don't want to upgrade my PC to the new Windows.
You had to bring it back to tech, didn't you? I mean,
yeah.
And that's so true. I mean, there's so many analogies, and that's how we are. We learn our consciousness and the way that it appears to function in our biological interface. Its default is pattern recognition. We learn by analogy, analogous being the sameness between different patterns, right? Or mapping, right?
Right.
That's how we learn. We learn something, and the next thing we learn something else, and we immediately compare it to something else we already know to see how we, can reference it. And if it's totally new, it's like, whoa, that was one of those. I'm going to put that over here. And there's more and more of those happening, I think. I think more and more people are experiencing those. And another way to describe it is a bolt from blue. It's like, wait a minute. What was that? So that's a part of the transformation. It's a part of the frequency modulation that we're going through. I'm going to try to get my right arm up. Oh, so we're going there. The previous cycle and energy is in a decline. The new one is coming up, right? So you've got
Right.
this spot. We're in the crossover.
The
We're in
sweet spot.
we're in that spot where it's like, oh, there's still some of that, but now there's more and more of this, and it's eventually going to dissipate. But that is, yep, that doesn't surprise me, Karen. And if you're on T-Mobile, just as an FYI, if you're T-Mobile as your service provider, you can apparently use Starlink for all of your communications.
Yep.
It's like, okay, as long as the governance and the administration is transparent, I'm okay. Because transparency is the truth frequency.
That won't happen for a long time.
Well, it could be. It might be sooner than you think.
Actually, I'm a bit concerned what could be happening in America for the next few years. And I'm talking about, I wouldn't say a revolution. I think there's going to be a transformation. That's an outsider looking in.
So do you think, and let me ask Gerald this first and then we'll go to you, B. Do you think that there is the amount of divide in the country as what we are told is there?
Honestly, like I live in a small community, so in my life, no. I could see when you get to a more diverse, maybe Chicago or the bigger cities, San Francisco, New York, maybe there is there. Maybe there's clashes between parties or ethics or ethnics or whatever. But here out in the farmland and rural America, small town USA, I don't think so.
Do you think that the volume and the velocity of what you're seeing in those other places, the Chicagos, the Detroits, the San Franciscos, and do you think that is accurate? Do you think it's as much as they say it is, or is it different?
That's hard. I mean, I think people believe that it is, but whether it's actually happening, I don't think so. I think you get out in the suburbs or in your own little neighborhood, and I think your life is just normal, like every day. I think they're being influenced by what the media and what the politicians are telling them's going on.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that what we're seeing is a finely tuned focus of fear that's gotten a lot of amplification, and because the traditional sources for that information that's all they're serving up. So you go, well, it looks pretty shitty out there, but when I go outside, I'm like, there's not as much shit out here as I thought that it would be based on what they told me. So to me, that's a purposeful parasite that's been implanted in the minds, and they've done it so that they stir up the illusion of the conflict being at a certain level, not that it actually is that. They're just saying, this is what we want you to focus on. Why? Because we want you to feel this way about it.
Right.
Why? Because this is the way you're supposed to see it. This is the way and if you don't, there must be some defect in your operating system, and you must be reprogrammed so that you see the light that we are shining. Because that's what they do. They take that perspective of we know best. It's like, wait a
Right.
minute. I grew up watching Fathers Knows Best, and the guy was right a lot, but he screwed up a lot too. Okay. And I remember those shows. So I think that what we're seeing is that it is a, it was an effective but now failed strategy to herd the minds of the many and the masses. And that is what has gotten people to not only get worked up, because now all of a sudden a lot of people are hearing things that they thought were the exact opposite, especially the stuff that they didn't like. And they go, wait a minute, I never
Right.
liked that. Wait a minute, I didn't like it for what reason? That wasn't true? Oh shit, now I gotta like it? I mean, that there's a whole, spin around the synapses there that just makes people go. Some of them are going to go on tilt. And
Yep.
there's
I
going to
mean,
be
if they can get you living in fear, then that's the first part of control. I mean, they can start
right.
pushing anything they want, whether it's lies or not. They can just keep shoving that right down the same old pipeline, and most people believe it because they're so fearful, and they think, oh well, we need them to tell us what to do. What are we going to do now? What's happening? What's coming next?
Well, Gerald, isn't it easier to be told what to do than have to think about it yourself?
Yeah,
I mean, seriously, right?
right. It is.
This what we're talking about is thinking. We're talking about, being able to exercise your own sovereignty of thought and consciousness and being, and exercise it according to your discretion and your own judgment, which are two words that have been told that you shouldn't be doing. You go, well, wait a minute. I don't know about you, but the way that my mind and thinking process works, it goes through a whole bunch of gather, analyze, and then through discernment, make a judgment of what I'm going to think or do about it. Discernment and judgment are required in my thinking, and I think I might be crazy, but I think that's the way it works for everybody. So that is to me, that's a core infection, a core mental parasite that's been put in. Oh, you can't discriminate. That's not right. It's morally and ethically incorrect. Oh, you can't judge. Oh, who are you to judge? It's like, I'm sorry, but that's the way I work. I can't stop those.
Well, this like what Angels Are Life or Nikki is saying. People are becoming more aware. People are becoming awake, not woke, but awake. I mean, and me and you've had this talk on our shows and other shows we've been on together about our human body is like a radio, and if we fine tune the frequencies and start receiving the vibrations and frequencies and raising our vibrations and frequencies to a higher consciousness, then all this stuff starts unraveling. And I mean, nothing makes sense that we've been programmed for our whole lives. You're muted.
I don't know what happened there. Isn't that amazing and awesome at the same time?
Yeah.
I mean, being liberated from the constructs of the theologies and philosophies and the sciences on what they define, which is, it goes back to this idea I have called informatica, which is the metrics and the matrix. Everything is information, and that information comes to us in metrics. We measure everything that we encounter on telemetry that you can go buy at Radio Shack, and the rest, and a lot of it is just internal. It's your feelings, it's your reaction, and then the process of deciding how to respond. That's the uniqueness that you can't program that. You can't program personality. You can mimic it, but you can't program it. And to the point we were talking about earlier with this whole AI thing, there's a whole lot of this confusion going on around it, scaring the shit out of people, using that good old fear factor. I've been in tech for over 40 years. I'm building a tech business that includes AI and blockchain and tokenization. And I'm looking at it going, this stuff could change the world. And I'm crazy enough to think that I might be right. But I also spent a lot of time on it and have designed and built systems that have been deployed around the world. Some of it's still being used 25 years later because it's just good. But what I know of the constructs of computing as we know it today, and then I filter that through what I feel and understand as the reality that we inhabit, the consciousness, the free energy, the frequencies that manifest the materium and the ethereum. I look at that. I look at these guys going, we're gonna make this some machine learning. We're gonna make augmented intelligence, which is what I think it's actually more, but this what they call now artificial generative and AGI, which at least has a memory. It's like, whoa, yeah, but that's not a memory. That's just a record. It's not a memory. It's not a memory in the way that humans and our conscious experience manifest. It doesn't work that way. So you can't put that into software and hardware. Different physics, that's a different subject. Frequency physics, I think you could probably get a lot closer. But you're not going to get sentience. You're not going to get sense of self. You're not going to get a cognition and a mentition of sovereignty. You can mimic it, but you're not going to enable it to be free in the sense of its own expression. That you can't. That requires organic materium.
By the way, guys, did you miss me?
Yeah, where'd
Who's
you
this?
go?
Who's this?
Yeah,
guy?
your system actually crashed.
Dude, did you get an invite to come? Who are you?
I love it.
I'm not sure whose show I'm on.
Actually, everything froze on the screen. Right. I try to click on chat, bring people up from the chat. Hey, nothing will come up, and all of a sudden, another screen came on, and I thought, "Hello, what's going on here?" And I just couldn't move, so I literally had to close the system down and reboot up.
Well, it's a good thing Gerald and I had a great conversation, and unfortunately, you've come back, and we're going to have to stop that and move on to something else.
See, everybody, see what I have to put up with. See what I have to put up with. That's how they treat the host around here. Yeah, but they love me, you know. They love me. Yeah, I know.
Well, we
They
wouldn't
love,
be here without you, so I mean.
they love pumping on me.
I'd be napping in my easy chair right now if you didn't send me that invite. And Jane nudged me and said, "Hey, they're asking about you."
Actually, I said that. Hey, listen, you know, I do a show on a Sunday, well, Saturday your time. So you just got to look at every week, mate. I mean, if you've got a link there, you got a link. I actually sent you that link before the show started.
I was sleeping.
He was sleeping. He was sitting there in his easy chair enjoying. It's just like when you called me earlier and we were talking when Jim was on about, you know, the whole nuclear thing. I was just finishing up the movie Oppenheimer.
Oh.
And if you haven't seen that, I still got a half hour left, but it's pretty damn good and it's intense. So that's the whole thing about, you know, Oppenheimer built the bomb, did the whole Trinity test and created, what was it, Fat Boy and Little Boy, I think.
Right.
So that's what I was doing before I had to, you know, I got a link. Oh, God, B wants to do a show. Okay.
See, if you had scheduled these shows like maybe a day or so in advance instead of like 10 minutes before you get ready to come on, it might help.
I was telling him the same thing, Gerald, and he's just like,
yeah, but
you're just complaining.
Look, guys, you've got to realize, you know, at my age, you know, we get forgetful sometimes. Just put it down to being a little bit senile, you know. Oh, yeah.
Even the cat's not believing it.
Yeah, I'm thinking the cat's kind of, is not impressed.
No, it's turning his head away from me. I can see that. No, I don't want to look at you. Yeah. I think my wife feels that way at me at the moment. She hasn't spoken to me since she went to the Philippines. Totally ignoring me. I don't know.
Are the bills rolling in though? That's how you know.
Yeah.
No. No money going. So she's got her own cash.
It's interesting, B, when you say something like that. There's two, opposites of the way that could be taken. One, like you're talking about. Well, apparently my wife's pissed at me because she's not calling me or whatever. And the other side is, this is awesome. I don't have to talk to her. She's gone. And so you realize that there's two spectrums there, that
Well,
it just depends on which circumstance you're in.
as much as I love it dearly, it has been quiet around here, though. Very quiet.
There's nothing wrong with quiet, my friend.
True.
You have to embrace the silence. You have to be able to go, the only noise that I have is my two four-legged friends, and they have learned for 10 years now. I've had them both. They know how to keep quiet and just be in the zone. They will come in zone with me, and that is really awesome and very profound, at least for me. But when you get to quiet and you're just in the quiet,
Oh yes.
dude, that's where it is, in my opinion. You go in there and you're like, whoa.
She's special in my life. She's special. But she went to the Philippines. She's busy looking after a sick mum, at the moment. So she's in her 80s and she's not the best. She's not the best. So she's actually talking about maybe extending her holidays there. So, so I don't know.
Well, I got to tell you, Joe, I was going to mention earlier when B was asking you about, what's been going on over in your world and channel, and he was asking about the Bigfoot, and I was totally digging your hat, man.
It's a good hat, isn't it?
I love that logo up there. It just looks like it belongs there.
Yeah, it does.
It's we've been experimenting with TMU lately, and this is one of them for TMU for like $3.
Nice.
I mean, we're experimenting on maybe getting some more. I know it's a China-based company and all this stuff, but my gosh, I mean, this is pretty good quality. The stocking cap's actually kind of thick and nice and soft for the price that we paid. So we're thinking about getting a bunch of them to give away on the shows and
nice
picking up little stuff. There's a lot of cryptid stuff and UFO stuff on TMU. It's weird. I mean, I don't know if they found their niche with that or they just cover everything. I don't know.
Well, I have my own merch store, but I use Printful, which is the Printful print on demand. And the stuff I've got that I selected on there have just been totally awesome. I mean, the quality, whether it's hats or hoodies, or I've got tumblers and mugs.
Do you have Nexus? Do you have caps? Do you?
Not for the Nexus, but I have for Mind Treks, which is my
I want a Nexus.
channel.
I want a Nexus one.
Yeah, so that's coming because I'm also doing an intuitive sound for my record label.
Because it looked nice in gold on black, very nice.
Oh yeah. The dad caps that they have, the denim caps. I don't know. I think I've worn that gray one on before. That is my favorite hat. That thing is it's got Mind Treks thought streams on it, and it's embroidered, but it's all denim, and it's got the Velcro in the back, and it just you set it on, and I just throw it on, and I'm ready to go. It feels so good. So
You got one of your photographs online with it on.
Yeah, Earl used it for that show that I did with him. He used
That's right.
that image. That's that hat. But when you get good merch with your stuff on it, it's awesome.
Yeah,
Well, we're gonna end up setting up a merch shop, so it's print on demand and stuff. But for right now, we're just buying little trinkets here and there, and so we can give away on our show. We're not charging anything for them. We just send it to. We do the old StreamYard giveaway where it just picks somebody random out of the chat, and
Nice.
whether it's our stickers or we're going to start doing other stuff. And
that's sweet.
Yeah, well, it's so easy to do today. I mean, if you've got a design, you just send him design in. You don't have to print, post, or do anything. If people buy, you get a commission of every one of them. You don't have to do anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I've had I put my store up a couple of years ago, and just had a ton of designs. And I'm using Canva to do my own designs. In fact, I wanted to ask you, Joe, what are you using to create your promos, your thumbs?
Kittle online.
Kittle, okay.
No,
Yeah,
it doesn't do
great.
videos or anything, but it's almost similar to what Canva is. I've used both, but I really like Kittle, and it has a ton of pre-made designs and fonts and pictures. You can import your own and take
Nice.
something off of this guy's picture and put it in yours. And
Who does the audio on your intro?
what's that?
The audio on your intro.
I just found a video that was free online and used it.
Right. Okay.
Well, I wanted to tell you that your thumbs and your promos are just some of the best I've seen. I love them.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I try to be creative and spend a lot of time and figure out what my guest is going to talk about or what we're going to possibly talk about and try to incorporate it somehow. And
yeah, and I'm just
well, you do a great job. They're absolutely wonderful. Some of the best. And I'm on YouTube all the time. I've been using YouTube like 80% of my consumption for the last 5 or 6 years. Now, I've got the YouTube Premium, so I don't get ads. But everything that I want to watch eventually ends up on YouTube. and it's like, well, and there's a whole bunch of other shit, music, guitar players. I mean, there's some musicians out there that are coming up, some young cats that are just smoking and doing some incredible music. And then there's all the old standards, the Mahavishnu Orchestra, fucking Ronnie Montrose, incredible music that unless you listen to it now, and if you haven't heard it, you have no idea that this incredible shit's out there, which has spawned this, what has he got up there?
Oh, sorry.
Has spawned this whole reaction video genre.
I love watching reactions. I don't know why.
I do too. There's what is this? Oh, Jim's on the other show.
Oh, on SOR.
It's stalking him.
So there's a couple of guys, Alex and Andy, and Jamal are two that do really great work on their reactions. They do an honest thing, but there's a whole bunch of kids that I've stumbled upon that are like in their late teens, early 20s, and they're going, my first time listening to Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
And they put that on, and you can watch them just transcend, and you go, yes, I knew that music was as awesome as it was. And if somebody that's, just that fresh hears it for the first time and goes, oh my God. Yeah. That's same thing we did, kid.
Hey, I put The Wall on my Facebook page the other day. Pink Floyd. The Wall.
The Wall. Oh, yeah.
That was good. Stand still, will you? Yeah, the helicopter sound. Oh, it's good.
there's something about, and I think this goes, and we'll talk about this on the next show, Gerald, when we finally get into frequency physics, because we seem to have gotten somewhat a little sidetracked on the previous shows.
We keep getting closer and closer. I think we'll get there.
We're inching our way. But the whole idea of the resonance of music, and what that actually means. And Karen, I'm not sure if she's still watching the show tonight, but the voice and the biometrics the telemetry you can get from the frequencies of your voice is unbelievably profound in not only its depth, but its implications. And what it actually shows are the frequencies that are going on within your biological meat suit and your energetic component as well. And that's what music does. Music hits those common resonances, those proclivities, peccadillos, the preferences that you have, the bias that you have for some frequency. All of that is just a resonance with the frequency that you harmonize with. And you go, okay, well, I don't know what that is, but I want some more of that. And then if you hear it or you see it, you go, I know what that is, and I like that. I want more of that. That's all it is a common resonance of the frequency of the thing that is and your reaction to it. Right?
I find myself going back, just like you were saying, whether it's the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, and you find these true voices that don't need auto tune. You don't need any help whatsoever. If you just take their vocals straight out or their instruments straight out of the track and listen to it, it's just like, oh my gosh, it's just amazing.
Brings chills. Yeah. And all that is, in fact, we were on Heidi's show today. They were talking about music and frequencies, and somebody had mentioned voice, the power of the voice. And I said, the voice is the oldest instrument in the world that we know of, right? And as far as what we'd consider an instrument. And the voice, you can create frequencies with the voice that will shatter glass.
And heal as well, because the ancients used to create a room with just resonate sound, and they go in there and they all harmonize together,
Yep.
And for healing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I said it many times on our show. Look at the old cathedrals, the churches and stuff. They not only were they built for sound, but they were built for healing and regeneration of cells in your body. I mean, once they had the music at the right frequency, like what was it, 432? And then later on they changed it to 440, so we get away from that. I mean, if you go back to that original frequency, you'd be surprised what it does to your body.
What's that particular frequency they use in rock music? There's a particular frequency which is supposed to kind of it kind of pulls you in. They proved that actually sells more records because the music's actually played at a particular frequency.
Well, there's two things in that experience that cause, and I'm not sure exactly. I think you're talking about. Well, it might be the 432 that Gerald mentioned, but the 440 is what the International Standards Body settled on back in the 50s or 60s. And that's a whole nother rabbit hole to go down into. Yep, Karen, yes, exactly.
Yeah, I agree with Karen there. I mean, I've heard the same thing as well. Apparently, that was many years ago. This nearly was about 1920, something like that. Somebody was working with frequencies.
They're starting to experiment now, even with light, with frequencies traveling through the light, so they can pinpoint exactly where they want it to go.
Well,
g'day, freaky geek.
And when you think about it, that's what the sonograms, ultrasound, and laser is all sound and light. And we're just in a very early stage of being able to manage it and get what we can out of it. But where it's going is going to be the med bed kind of model that you hear bantered around various circles of con this and con that. All of that is technology that we've had for a long time, and we use it in off-world planetary models. Yep. So all of that is in the process of being revealed, and so it's like Ben Rich, the guy at Skunk Works, that Jim knows, and what he famously quipped back in the mid '90s about we have the technology to take ET home. It was back in the mid '90s, so that's 30 years ago now. And that was what he admitted, at least in a general sense, that we had then. And there was stuff that was way beyond that they had as well. Yep, Karen, she's going to be a guest on the Nexus, and we're going to dive deep into the ancient healing and modern technologies.
Oh,
the
yeah.
stuff that she's doing is mind-blowing.
Apparently Karen has a lot to say. Maybe we should try to drag her in here on the round table sometime.
She would be a great guest. But not until hold on, you host hog. I'm going to have her on my show first.
Of course.
And then you will
I
work something out.
I don't go seconds. Sorry.
How do you know I don't already have her scheduled?
Well,
Yeah, no, Karen, we've had multiple conversations over hours, and we're gonna talk about, like I said, ancient healing and modern technologies, and the blend between the two. She has an incredible wealth of knowledge and experience, and it's going to blow your mind. Oh yeah, it's going to be great. So you'll get a notification, and you'll get it advanced. I'll let everybody know 3 or 4 days before it's going to air, so that everybody's got a chance to kind of get it.
A media blast.
Okay. Oh dear, I don't know. I get left out of everything. I wonder why.
Gerald, what was that last show that you did? That was was that the Cryptids or no?
With Jessica?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we with the Meadow.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
That's like a Skinwalker Ranch down south that she goes and investigates their team. She's got like 3 teams that she deals with across the country, and they all kind of converge on the Meadow, and they find all kinds of portals and orbs, and they've had UFO ET experiences, and I mean it's just crazy the stuff that they have there.
So did you
just
see
Freaky Geek? We covered what was in our oceans within the first hour of the show. We've come to the conclusion that there's most likely more advanced civilization down there. It will all be out in the wash eventually. So if you want to know what it's all about, watch the bloody show on time, okay?
Maybe he didn't get the notification because it wasn't.
Yeah, I'm thinking time. You own this, B. You didn't get the note out.
I put an hour in advance, but
hell, it took me 10 minutes just to log in.
Oh, sorry, Freaky Geek. Yeah, he's laughing at me now. Yeah. And to you, Freaky. Anyway, you can always press the replay button, just replay, go right to the beginning and you'll see it all.
So Gerald, on that show, have you seen the latest what's happened up at Skinwalker?
No, I haven't. I haven't been following Skinwalker here lately.
I followed it the first couple of years, and I really enjoyed, very much like the Oak Island boys. You know,
Right.
yeah, they're
I watched
dragging it
Coastal Oak
out and
Island.
you know all that other stuff. And but what I really enjoy is all the tech and shit they bring. You know, they deploy. It's like, okay, let's see what's this new toy you're going to use. Oh, we're going to use this seismic, you know, blow up shit that's going to give us telemetry down, you know, X number, whatever, and we're going to be able to see this and that. And you go, okay, let's see what that does. Now, see,
Right.
what's cool is that I don't have to go buy it and test it. I can just see what they did, right? But Skinwalker has been getting some of the craziest anomalous shit.
Oh
I
man.
haven't seen this last season, but there's a couple of I think a Facebook page and something on X, and that follows it. And I think that if they're going to find anything, it's going to happen with this season or next, and that's it. Because
Yeah.
these guys have basically burrowed the whole fucking island.
Well, quite
I
honestly,
mean,
I watched
there's
the
more
show.
tunnels and shit, and you know, so I think it'll be interesting to see what they find. But Skinwalker, the last thing I saw was something about they have there's enough telemetry to safely say there's a portal there, and they don't know what the portal does or where it goes, but they have
Right.
all this telemetry that says there's an anomaly that is shaped and looks and has the characteristics of a portal.
I like to see him do the one in Mexico. What do you call the place of silence is called? The zone of silence.
Zone of silence. That's
Yes.
there's some crazy stuff down there. But these guys, so it'll be interesting to see what they come up with over there at Skinwalker. That Travis Taylor, he's such a character. I mean, it's like a Southern talking physicist. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and toss him in there.
See, I don't know if you paid attention, but when Jessica was talking about the portal they found or thought that was there on that property that they were investigating, they could only see it through the heat sensitive, what's it called? I can't think what it is. Gosh darn it. Well, you can only see the heat signatures. That's the only time it showed up on there.
Yes.
So then the two gentlemen that was closest to it, their heat signatures disappeared. So evidently they got in far enough into the field of frequencies or whatever that their signatures were no longer there. Well, now one has passed away and the other one is sick. So
Yeah.
they don't know what the correlation is so I don't know. I don't know about portals. I don't know if our DNA and our bodies are meant to go through portals that we don't generate for our own bodies. I don't know.
Well, I think that, at least, and this is just my opinion, the whole idea of portals and teleportation is just
Thermal.
frequency.
Thank you, Freaky Geek.
Yeah, to me, the idea of portals, wormholes, teleportation are all just frequency manipulation, and it's just the way that it exists. The whole idea of what they've shown in Star Trek with being able to teleport, you look at that and go, how can you dematerialize something and point it somewhere else and make it materialize? Isn't that going to scramble? I mean, I don't know, your nads. And make
Yeah,
it
that's-
go well.
Think of the movie.
You know,
I always go back to
some
the movie
how you
The Fly.
replicate. How
What's
you
that?
replicate. The replicator.
Well, yeah,
Right.
and that too, and the holodeck. I mean, stellar cartography in I think it was the the Enterprise version. Oh, Generations, where it had Picard and Kirk in it. One of the, in my opinion, and I'm a truck dude, so I'm already way deep into bias, but that was the best, pulling those captains in, and the whole storyline was great. All of the CGI was great, but and that involved what they called the Nexus,
Yep.
right? And the Nexus
Yeah.
was this place where once you went in it, you didn't want to leave because it was just idyllic of whatever your concept was, right? and Soren, was it Roddy McDowell play? Just I
Right.
think it was just a great movie. Everybody just nailed it, especially Kirk and Picard doing the dual captain thing. But there was an example of the frequency. It was a frequency ribbon, what they would call a crack in space time. It's like, no, it's more like, yeah, it's a ribbon. It's a frequency set that's moving within the other frequencies that is needed for it to exist.
See
And
how
that's
easy,
where
see how easy sci-fi comes into ufology. It's like a magnet, you know.
When I think of the transporter and, taking us down to the molecular structure, and transporting us, I always go back to the sci-fi movie The Fly. Look how that turned out.
Yeah. Well, actually, now they're actually teleporting particles now. In reality,
Yeah, they have.
well,
As
they're
far as what I've read, they have taken it down to like a nanoparticle, and they've actually put it from one place to another.
over a 12-kilometer radius, I think, something like that.
yeah, okay. I think that they are probably they're definitely trying. I don't think they're going to get there with the physics they're using, and I think what they're seeing is either confusion or it's incorrect. And the only thing that may have some kind of semblance is the entanglement model of particles.
Or are they
But
just
that's a whole nother
Are they
It could
fucking
have,
just
it could have been a
leading-
twin particle that reacted at the same time they put the energy on the one. So it could have, a particle over there could have all of a sudden came alive and like, oh, well, we did it.
Well, that's the entanglement model, right?
Right.
As I said, the information could be just being bled to us. And as Ben Rich says, you think about it, we've already done it. It wasn't worth doing it.
Well, yeah, and that whole statement generates a whole bunch of questions in my knowledge.
Certainly does, doesn't it?
Because it's like, okay, well, I'd like to see your experiments and the data and the results, because how you can say that, that, and maybe, the whole teleportation thing is, 3 or 4 levels deep on the blacklist.
But some people are talking about that on the conspiracy side too, you know? I mean,
Oh, you got the 20 in backs, you got, which is, the goods, and the Captain, was it Mark Richards or whoever Cassidy's been on? It's like, and Bessaggio. I mean, there's a whole bunch of temporal shift experiences that have been fairly well documented, but they all have some common characteristics, but there's no empirical data. There's nothing that can be looked at and you can go, well, that's a fact. What'd you say, late? Super soldier psionics.
Wow.
Whoa. That would be an interesting conversation.
yeah, it certainly would. Hey, do us a favour when you've done with the show today, Robert. Send me the name of the equipment you've got. The actual, is it Rode microphone?
No, that's the Shure SM7B. It's the
Sure.
podcaster's mic of choice.
Okay. Send us the brand, the model number, and also the mixer box for it too. What you got for it?
Yeah, you're gonna dump that rotten fruit and get yourself a real pooter.
Yeah, I am, mate. No, I mean, Mac's a good bloke. They're good for word processing and that, but when it comes to streaming, mate, there's too many problems.
Yeah, and
I'm
they say
running a
that
mini Mac
Max.
right now with Elgato equipment. Everything else, I got the mic, the mixer, the stream deck, the lights, the camera is all Elgato.
Nice. And is it a new iMac? What's the, do you know the specs on it?
No, I don't. It's a secondhand one. Actually, our my wife's son uh, wasn't using it no more. It was just sitting there. I said, "Well, let me have it." They brought it up to us, and I just hooked it up, and it's been working great. Of course, I don't
Well,
use it for anything else but just streaming. That's all this is used for.
well, and you like the Elgato?
Yes, I really do like the
Yeah.
Elgato.
Yeah, I was looking at that too, and I thought, well, if I do multiple streams and I want to do multiple cameras, then I think I'll do one of those. But right now, me staring straight ahead at this computer is about all I can take, and so and everybody else too.
That's what's nice about the Stream Deck from them, that you can program the buttons and have it do what you can push one button and it'll bring up everything you need for a stream, and
Mm-hmm.
you can have multiple camera views and focuses on one button, and another one will do something else. And the one I bought is the digital, where you can have multiple screens of whatever you want to do: sounds, pictures, movies. Start this application, stop this application. Now I haven't programmed all of it, but I'm getting there.
Well, I think we should put together a show where you go through and make all that shit work, and we can all go, hey, look at that.
I think we should be getting Jim coming back shortly.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed if he came back from the show and nobody was here.
Well, I think his show's over, but he still hasn't arrived back.
Well, you know, he's a seasoned citizen, and he probably has a pit stop or two he's got to do.
Oh no, they're showing photographs at the moment. That's it. He's talking about police.
Yeah.
Still going. Still alive. Never mind. Yeah, we might be going shortly, but stand again. See how we go.
Well, my medication seems to be in need of attention.
Well,
So-
you're going to get your medication.
So I'm gonna go prepare for another round of self-medication. I wish you can't see it because of it's all black, but this shoulder, I'm like, damn. It's like I worked out for 2 years and got this massive tricep and these deltoids, and I'm going, what the fuck?
You're not supposed to cause damage to yourself. You know that, don't
Dude,
you?
I when that thing popped out of the wall and hit me in the back of the head, I went straight down, but I landed on my right shoulder, and that's what hurt it. I'm like, oh, come on. Yeah, Karen knows David Serrata and Greg Braden, which is not too far from me. I'm going to try to get him on the Nexus. These guys, I mean, they're what you were talking about earlier, B, is, one of my, I don't know if it's just a part of the DNA or the wired or the combination, but every time I see whatever it is, I start asking questions about it. My curiosity gets tossed into my overly fertilized field of imagination. And then all of a sudden these questions pop up. It's like, well, I want to go see what's behind door number 1. and off I go, and I come back with whatever I found, and I go, all right. Yeah, that's a little stacked to the knowledge domain. And then, oh, what's this? I think I'm going to go see what's behind door number 2. So when you get into that cycle, it can really be a pain in the ass and very frustrating if you don't go at it with an objective neutrality. If you go at it with a whole bunch of the filters that you've got and the emotional frequencies that you have attached to those filters, you'll go down this rabbit hole and you go, oh, fuck, I don't like this is not what I thought, or I don't like what's down here. And you miss the gold and and the nuggets of knowledge that are in that environment, because you have essentially blinders on.
Right.
And that, to me, is one of the most important things that people should equip themselves with. And the reason that's very important is because of what's about to come.
You know what's amazing?
People are going to see shit that's going to knock them off their rocker, and they're going to go, wait a minute, how do I process this? Well, dump all the shit you thought about it before, look at it fresh and new, sans any particular filter or ideology or anything else, and take a fresh perspective, a fresh view of it. Because once you do that, you're going to see shit, A, you didn't know was there, B, you didn't want to know that you wanted to know that you didn't know you wanted to know. And C, the shit that you knew about it before was way wrong. And you go, whoa. And that's when, people are going to hit tilt and noggins are going to pop off. But I think the majority of people will get through that, especially after you get through some of the big ones and, you got some sequential revelations of, oh, shit. You get kind of used to it and you figure out how to handle it. So the stuff that comes after that, you're able to absorb it and manage it better, mitigate the bullshit and maximize the good stuff. But that's a part of the process of the way we function. That's what people need to use, in my opinion, to filter all the bullshit, the tsunami and the deluge of data we're getting that's already been twisted, manipulated, and mangled into some incomprehensible, illogical spittle.
The funny thing is, when people finally wake up to the paranormal or the cryptid world or UFO world, before they might not have been believers of any of it. Then all of a sudden somebody says, okay, they kind of waking up a little bit and they step through that doorway of Bigfoot. It's like, it's just like a kid in a candy store, they're going everywhere thinking that. But at the same time, they don't take it one step further and say, well, if Bigfoot exists, what about ghosts? What about UFOs? What about aliens? They don't go, sometimes they have filters still blocking that out and they don't want to believe in that.
Right.
But then I've noticed a few people in the fields, whether it's Bigfoot or paranormal, now they're starting to cross over and starting to see, okay, well, if this exists, what about this over here?
Yeah, and it's wonderful to watch, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You're sitting there going, it's kind of like the, was it Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory, where he's peering through and he's got that look on his face. It's like, look at the wonder there. And I had that as a profile picture a few years back, and the caption was, when you see your friends awake, you're going, you're watching them going, oh my God.
Yeah. You think this blows your mind. Wait till you get to open this next door.
What you just entered the circus, and the shows are regular and there's new stuff happening all the time, and watch out for the clowns.
Yeah, watch out for the clown. And that's the worst part, when you go down a rabbit hole, just like this for me, for instance, being open-minded, trying to absorb this stuff, and okay, all right, now what I used to believe, I no longer kind of believe it. It's changed, it's molded, and then by the time you start getting further and further in, it's like, well, now I don't know what I believe. Where am I at now? I almost need like your blockchain to take me back and reset me to where I started.
You need to have a thread to pull back on to go, okay, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I was back here. They'll stop right here. I'm going to look around. Oh, shit.
Where did I lose my way? It's kind of dark in here, and I don't know where I'm at now.
And if you're not having that experience, then you're not trying. Because, I mean, come on. You don't have to be searching to have several what the fuck moments every day. Doesn't require any participation of any kind other than just trying to be you and do you, And the next thing you know, you're having a what the fuck. It's like to me today. I'm getting my flies in. I'm going, yeah, this is great. I'm going to have a shower. And the next thing you know, this thing comes out of the wall, pings me in the head, drops me to the floor. And I'm
Hey,
going, well,
who put the hook
I
on the
didn't
wall
see
anyway
that
in the
coming.
first place?
What's that?
Who put the hook in the wall in the first place?
I did. And it's been great for 2 months. 3
Bad
months.
workmanship,
I
mate.
mean,
Hey, bad workmanship.
well, clearly it wasn't in there as secure as I thought it was, but it was
Yeah.
in there secure enough to last for 2.5, 3 months. And I'm thinking, I mean, it hasn't given me any wobble or anything.
Well,
I had no reason to think it was coming out.
In the head.
Well, I tell you what, my arm ended up hurting more than the thing hitting me in the back of the head. But you think about it, it was like a slingshot, right? So I've got, I can't even raise this arm. I've got these bands out here like this, and the thing's directly behind me. It comes out of the wall, and the band's just like right in the back of my head with this hook.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, dang, okay, well, that was not, I didn't see that coming. Because we all have multiple episodes of I didn't see that coming. We could all write our own books titled I Didn't See That Coming.
You're not wrong there.
And it probably would be a good exercise from the standpoint of what can all those things tell you that you didn't see coming? Could you have seen them? What was the event that happened that made you stop and go, well, I didn't see that, and it was enough for me to go, I didn't see that coming? Because usually, there's all kinds of stuff that we don't anticipate throughout our day, but the moment where you make the statement, I didn't see that coming.
So have you noticed any changes in your behavior or anything? Because sometimes when people have traumatic experiences, they become a savant, whether all of a sudden they're great at math.
Did you see your life flash before your eyes?
I
must not got hit hard enough, I don't think.
I can now speak Mandarin, and I'm fluent in Sanskrit. Didn't know that before.
Oh, I know that one. Oh, hey guys, we're coming up to the 3-hour mark. You know that?
Oh my gosh.
So you're slacking, is what you're saying?
No,
I just got here.
I've got nothing better to do. What have you got? Anything better to do?
Well, that's one of the subtitles of the show when I stream it to my.
You got nothing to do, just call in and see Mr. B.
Well, I my subtitle on this when I stream it to my channels is for those who have nothing better to do.
She's saying, Jane's saying, keep going. Okay, Jane.
Evidently, this is what we're doing today.
I'm not going to argue with a woman, Jane. We'll keep going, mate. We'll keep going.
Well, since B took his little hiatus because his rotten fruit fell off the desk and he had to go find another piece of fruit, and did his what did you refer to it as? You drained the main vein. Is that what you said?
Huh? No.
Drained the main vein.
I went for an undrink.
Undrink. That's what it was.
Undrink. You have a drink and you go and have an empty, which is an undrink.
Uncola.
Well, I'm going to go re-up my meds. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
All right.
Okay, then. Anyway, it looks like
talk amongst yourselves and don't get verklempt and all that good stuff. I shall return.
And I will be coming on with more documentaries. I tell you, I've enjoyed this new program. It's easy to work, Gerald.
What's that?
It's called In Video AI.
Yes.
It's a brilliant program, but you still got to put a story on. Actually, the one I'm going to do, I'm going to actually create a documentary with my own script. So I'm going to totally do the script. Rather than just kind of give a storyline and then it generates. So I'll do my own script. Then I'll add and remove whatever videos I don't like and replace it with something I do like, It's a program. The only problem to this software, it's damn expensive. And you like with telephones, you get so much data. You know, like on your cell phone, you get
Right.
so much data each month, and then at the end of the month, it gets your data gets put back to normal. Well, this software's like that. So if you use too much, bang, you got wait 20 odd something days before, unless,
Wait for your credits to build back up.
oh yeah, but the thing about it is, it's an excellent program, but it's so, you get caught up in it, and it's so easy to use up very quickly. But then they got to say, I'm only got on the first plan. Well, the first plan, they made it's 375 Australian dollars.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Now you want to go on the top plan. Now I'm getting close to say 800 friggin' bucks. Just over. Or I'm just under.
And the worst part about it, if it's like the regular AI programs or Chat GTP, they go out and they use Wikipedia, they use Google to find references that are already there to build your story. They go out to photo stock and find the pictures, and it's like nothing's actually really generated on the spot for your thing. They go out and search and find what they think best fits.
So what I do like about it, Gerald, is that if I can do like say a 3-minute presentation and build the show around that, so therefore we'll have a small video, and then after the video we can stop it and start on the way through, and then we can build a conversation around it,
right?
And talk about it and analyze it and say, well, okay, but that's, I mean, it's not necessarily my own story, but I can pick the subjects and certain incidences and things, bring it all into one storyline to give you more a visual before we actually get on to kind of chinwagon in the room.
I like the videos that you've done so far. I mean, it's a great jump off point, like you said, and it gives you a visual and an audio to go along with it. And
yeah, I mean, I have so much in my mind, where I want to go. I want to talk about the Anunnaki, some of these Egyptian pharaohs, ones they reckon had elongated skulls and pot belly and all that stuff. But there's a lot of subjects I want to cover, and it's good when you can have a presentation to kind of approach with, and if you show it first, if somebody doesn't watch the full show, at least they've got a video they can actually watch, so they've got something out of that show.
Right.
If they don't want to listen to us all chinwag and dissect it and kind of give our opinion, because I like what Robert says, we are here to analyze it. We're not conspiracists. I don't believe everything I see or hear. Mate, there's stuff, as I said before, which I see on the internet about within ufology. I would say a good 78% of it's all bullshit. I'll be honest with you. That's my personal opinion. And basically it's there for entertainment purposes because people like listening to that stuff, At the end of the day, how does it really change my life? None of it really changes my life. It's just gave me something to talk about. If disclosure happens, well, we've already had disclosure, but if they come out with the truth tomorrow and make it official, how is it going to change my life? It's not going to change my life. All it gives me said, see, I was right. Right? That's all it's going to do. It's not going to change your life. Will it change my grandchildren's life? Maybe, if the technology is released, but it's not going to change my life. Not at 73. You know what I mean? So,
the mainstream people, whether it's ancient aliens or whatever, these people that are making money and turn it into a business, it's good entertainment, and that's what I take it for.
Yeah, exactly right.
I really like the people like you or somebody that's had a experience themselves, then that's what I try to tune into and listen to their experience and see what they're doing. And if they mention something that I don't typically would believe, I still give them the credit and let them tell their story, and then I try to take as much information out of that as I can. I mean, I had a 2-hour conversation with Angels Our Life on somebody else's show, and I was interviewing her. She was telling me her story and life experiences, and man, I got so much new stuff out of that conversation that I'm sitting here thinking, okay, I think this explains something that I've already been thinking, or I might have experienced myself. It's like, it's nice talking to other people that have had experiences.
Yeah, you got to keep an open mind. I mean, it's all about open mind, but also common sense comes into play because I mean, it's nice to say this, but if you're creating a living out of podcasting, of course you've got to produce, and it's got to be more than just a chit chat like I have. You've got to have something more tangible on the table. But if you're chasing the numbers, see, I get very, very concerned about a lot of these podcasts, the way they're chasing the number. Remember, we're talking about 1,500, 2,000, 3,000 subscribers. I mean, I have no problems about that. But when they're actually then start up a, what they call a follow me page where you got to pay, what they call it, there's a name for it, where you paid so much a month to be.
Oh, like their membership or their Patreon page?
Yeah, Patreon page. When you start having Patreon pages, right, and then as the patrons grow up, they seem to do less chat, more Patreon, right? So basically, they're looking after the business side of it, yeah, business as usual. And I find this, especially with a lot of what they call the gurus of ufology, they wouldn't come on your show or my show. Why? Because we don't have the numbers.
Right.
It's all about selling their books, product, and people listening to their story. I mean, I asked one particular gentleman to come on. I won't mention names. I won't run down. And he doesn't do chat. He doesn't do roundtable shows. He'll do documentaries and do conferences. But when it comes to, unless you've got 1,500 views minimum on a show, then you might come on, right? People like that, I mean, you can see where it goes to, you know. I mean, I won't bow about it, but there's a lot of people like that in ufology, and they've got a lot of whack and a lot of say in it in ufology. They have programs, they have their own little guest spot on Gaia Network, you know, and they're paying these people big bucks. I mean, people got to realize it's a multi-million-dollar industry, and I don't say that lightly. It is a multi-million-dollar industry,
right?
And not just for ufology, for hotels, aircraft flights, air tickets, everything's associated. I mean, you want to go from New York to Los Angeles before a conference? Well, number one, you've got to book a plane. You've got to actually book into a hotel unless you've got relatives to stay with, and then you've got to pay for the tickets for the conference, and then you've got your money you got to spend for it. So it's like tourism, you know. So I mean, people don't sit, and then you got those that do a lot of talking and they have documentaries. So there's always a documentary going on out there. Same story in different order, maybe different people narrating the story itself. But basically it's the same. And it's always about hidden technologies. It's always about the same subjects, you know. And there's nothing new. There's nothing new. And all they've done is putting makeup on it, making it look a little bit different than the documentaries out there, you know. And
well, the problem with all this is that a lot of these people that we consider celebrities in the field, whether it's UFO, cryptology, paranormal, they start getting these conglomerates behind them whether it's motion picture industry or book industry or whatever it is. So then they want to have the big coverage, and they start putting conditions on this person speaking here or speaking there, and they want to make their money back and having a return. So it's no longer just on a personal level, like me going out in my backyard and experiencing something and wanting to go to my local convention, in the state and telling my story. They're taking it up 3 levels, and you'll never have them on our shows or be able to reach them. I had one guy in the paranormal when we first started our show. I thought, well, I'll just reach out and see if he'll come on. He did get back a hold of me, but he said, just like you, he says, well, are you subscribed to my channel? Are you in my membership club? Do you come into my shows all the time? It's like, no. Do you do that to mine? Are you going to subscribe to my channel and hit up my stuff, or what? Is this a 2-way street or is this a 1-way? And I told him that, and we never spoke again.
So what you're describing? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
So what you're describing is some cantankerous content creator that's got some proclivities, easy for me to say, with having some requirements.
Yeah, well, now basically we're talking about the industry within ufology. How a lot of these gurus of ufology. I mean, I asked one particular one, would he like to come on the show? Apparently, it's his name, but he doesn't do all the talking. His secretary does it. He doesn't do roundtable chats. He doesn't. Okay, fair enough. Well, why? Why is he in it? Why is he? I mean, unless you got the numbers, right? And it's a one-on-one or numbers, right? I'll tell you who it is later on, but not live. But yeah, it's and I just thought, well, he's above himself, I mean, he can't even have to do. He has somebody else running his own messenger. You know what I mean? He doesn't do it. Somebody else does it for him.
Well, so my perspective is this: there is a great deal of information and individuals coming out with information that are becoming content creators because of their own content they're creating and coming out with. I know I are one. Mm-hmm. You are one. Mm-hmm. Carol is one. Mm-hmm. This is...
but we're not above ourselves.
Well, speak for yourself, would you? I mean, come on.
I just haven't been offered the big money yet.
Hey, even somebody offered me big money, mate, I'd still be me. But
you don't understand this. Like this, let's just take in Robert's field of music. You could be a local bar band, but once you sign that contract with that record, then they have control of you, and they're going to say, no, you're going to start playing arenas. You're going to start playing this. Well, I want to go back home and play. No, not while you're under contract.
Oh, yeah, there.
You're going to use this equipment. You're going to use this guitar, this mic, and you're going to be on these magazines.
But it's just the industry itself. I mean, it's I don't know. It's what Robert would probably say. We've got to question everything. We have to question everything.
The entire. So I'll try to not get lost.
I'm not trying to knock anybody down.
No. It's not about knocking people down. It's about liberating.
But
and that's.
Don't you ever feel you listen to something and you say to yourself, "That sounds like the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard." Haven't you ever felt that?
All the time. That's part of my daily what the fuck moments. Are you kidding me? I mean, I see shit and I go, what? The first thing is I always use my really filter, which is when I see something, if I get a reaction of really, then I look at it for different sets of things to validate that initial, reaction.
Really?
Yeah, it's like, really?
Really?
Okay, well, let's
I
see
like
where you're
that.
going with that. Usually my first question is, how did you get there?
Yeah.
Show me the data, the questioning, the whatever metrics you used to arrive at that conclusion, because
Hey, who the friggin'
I'm missing something,
I'll be asking who the friggin' hell's managing you? I mean, they're doing a friggin' good job.
right?
That's right. Oh dear.
Well, okay, so I'm going to try to make this a mini rant. The sovereignty and provenance of self has been at the core of the control, the chaos, the confusion, and the discombobulation of what should be a self-organizing collective.
Yeah. Now that's a bloody mouthful, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and don't ask me to repeat it. But my point in that is that the sovereignty and provenance of self is the most important thing that any of us can be focused on, have our attention and intention paid to, because, as a little side note, the law of attraction was a great thing and it is definitely important, but before the law of attraction is the law of intention. So what you intend, you will attract. And that's the thing that they missed. It's got all the same characteristics of the attraction.
Yeah.
But
You reap what you
intention,
sow, mate. You reap what you sow.
well, that's one way to think about it and one analogy of describing that. But what we're about to see, especially if the world adopts my model, because I'm self-deluded enough to think that what I've come up with will change the world, and that it will, and it's all based on the sovereignty of self and that which your self creates. This model will liberate all of the constraints, all of the intermediaries, all of the things that inhibit the peer-to-peer, the one-to-one, the barter interaction that was a part of our human experience for millennia, long before all this currency and coinage and crap came into place. So there's no doubt that the digital environment we are living in now is going to be the future in a much more profound way, because it's efficient. It allows, and that's one of the things, again, going back to Roddenberry and Star Trek, one of the best examples of what could be, I think, a real manifestation of AI is Data.
No.
The android.
Right.
I mean, that to me would be an ultimate expression of what we should be achieving on an organic basis. Speaking of robots,
He's more like going on Lost in
Hey,
Space.
Jim, we were spying on you.
Oh, did I sound good?
Nah, I just flashed my phone up to the camera.
Oh, okay. Oh, how fun. How fun. Well, I was hoping you guys would still be on. So,
Oh, of course.
yeah.
well, Gerald jumped on, and next thing I knew, B and him went off into conspiracy thing regarding music and content and shit, and I had to take a pee break, so and up my meds. So when I got back, they were yammering on about shit I didn't make. I was like, "What the hell are you guys talking about? How'd we go there?"
Yeah, what we're actually talking about, Jim, we're talking about the bullshit that's in ufology at the moment. Now everybody's coming up with the little fancy stories, you know, where they're going to make sci-fi movies out of it eventually. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get back to the woo stuff. That was more fun.
Yeah, there's nothing like wandering in the woo, right? I mean, I love me some woo woo.
And Jane's that's why that's Gerald's wife. Say hello, Jane.
Hi there. I'm gonna take.
I'm
gonna take
assuming
my-
that that first hi wasn't a typo. I think she meant that a different
Oh.
way.
Oh, that works too.
Well, he did show us his little jar of wacky woo,
No,
right?
the herbs and spices. You know.
Oh, your herbs, yeah. What's a little frankincense and myrrh going on there, Jimmy?
Yeah. Well, I got this from Colonel Sanders.
We're sitting here trying to talk about how to get
Peace
into
pipe.
your higher consciousness and start developing. And here Jim's taking a different kind of trip.
You talking about me going to Belize, or me smoking my weed?
No,
This-
he was no, he was talking about. I think he was talking about the adult stimulants that you are.
Now
are
this is
partaking in.
medical. This is medical. I have a prescription for it. I'm legal to buy it, even when it wasn't legal to recreational.
You know, there he goes pulling that white privilege geezer shit.
Oh yeah.
Male.
It's just geezer. It's just geezer.
It's white geezer male privilege, and you know once this gets out, you will be canceled.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
See, I'm on wife number 4. I've been canceled.
You've already been canceled. You know what it's like to be canceled.
Yeah. But I'm still I'm very, very close to my first wife. When Rosemary and I go to Minnesota, we stay with my ex-wife. And you explain that to a couple of people, they would, how in the hell you do that? And when Shelley's been out here, she stayed at our place. And when Rosemary's ex-husband, who's like my brother-in-law, he stayed down here at our place with his girlfriends. So it is I have a very, very nice family. And half of them, I remember I went to a function and I realized that there was about 25 people there. And I was the only one there whose last name didn't have the last name Cox, C-O-X, in it. And I just started laughing. And it's 5 brothers and a sister. And sister Carol lives in Chicago. She's just retired as a flight attendant, 40 some odd years with United. So, but I have a wonderful family, and I love my son. He's the most wonderful young man on the planet. Considering where he could have gone, where so many of today's kids his age have drifted off into nowhere. He's a construction superintendent. Makes $1.25, $1.50 a year, plus bonus, plus vehicle. They pay all his gas and 6 weeks vacation. And he came up to me here a couple of years ago. Said, "Dad, I got a problem." I said, "What's that, James?" He said, "I love what I do. Not what I like what I do. I love what I do." I said, "I was blessed my last 15 years working in my life. I worked at a job or jobs that I would have worked for free. That was when I was the Comet Restoration Manager at the Museum of Flight in Seattle and the Associate Curator at the Pacific Aviation Museum at Pearl Harbor for 4 years. Those were my 2 most fun jobs. And I get up in the morning and I looked forward to going to work. It was just fun. I put my hand on a piece of history. I look at the hangar doors of Hangar 79, which is the biggest hangar of the 2 we have. Can't say we anymore. The bullet holes from December 7th are still in some of the panes. And we had a horrific windstorm blow through and knocked out one of the panes that was cracked. It's the wire impregnated glass. It's before they had shatterproof glass. And a chunk of it is about this big. They were going to throw it away. Had a bullet hole in it. I said, no. And I asked the executive director, what should I do with it? I said, well, no, we have a lot of that. It's just going to go into a drawer. I said, okay, I know I'm going to send it to somebody. And I sent it to a friend of mine. I might as well, I would have not have gotten a better reception if I'd sent him the Hope Diamond. He was so tickled to get it. And see, that's a piece of history. I mean, that hole right there was caused by a Japanese Zero in Hangar 79 on the island of Ford Island in the middle of Pearl Harbor. And it was my destiny to be there. When I was about 11, no, about 10, the front cover case of my microscope broke. It was made of mahogany, so I had a good piece of wood. What do I do with it? Oh, I wanted to be an artist at one time. So one side, I paint in enamels. Mount Rainier. Never been to Washington. I'd seen a couple of pictures of it in magazines. That was about it. And then the other side, I did Diamond Head. My mom said, that's really pretty. She said, why did you paint those? I says, because I think I'm going to live there someday. I spent 18 years in the Pacific Northwest and 4 years in Hawaii. So, and I still have the piece. I still have the artwork. So one of the very few things I have from my youth that I painted or did. But it's just something I've always enjoyed it. I wanted to be a cartoonist. And my grandmother lived in Laguna Beach. And it's an artist colony across the canyon.
Wait, did you say artist or nudist?
Either way, artist.
Artist, okay.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
want to be
you can do both.
Yeah.
You can do both, right? Body paint, I hear, is like
Yeah, I have
big
some,
time.
I have some from Sturgis. I have some from
You know, you can do it.
I have some from Sturgis. Body paint, and that's all they had on.
I know how your mind works, Robert. I know how your mind works.
Yeah, and where in the hell was I going on this?
About nudist camp.
Pardon?
They're talking about nudist.
We're talking about how lucky you were in the last 15 years to work in
I
something.
know, I know.
Yeah, it was. I was destined to go there. I told the fraud that I was married to that took me for everything. And when we were still married, and I didn't know I was going to be a victim yet. I told her, I would love to get a job in Hawaii, and she laughed at me. She says, first of all, if you don't live there, you're not going to get a job. And people who have places there said, you're not going to find any job unless you're a local in the tech industry. So in January of 2009, I was getting ready for knee surgery, and I went up to my boss at the Museum of Flight. I was a restoration manager, and I went to Tommy, and I said, Tommy, I said, I'm getting bored with what I'm doing. Who is the executive director at the Pacific Aviation Museum in Pearl Harbor? Oh yeah, Ken DeHoff. I have his card. Can I write down his email and his phone number? Sure. He said, you gonna send him a resume? And I said, yep. He said, I'll send him a letter of recommendation. I was responsible for the restoration of the only de Havilland Comet in the Americas. And there was one at O'Hare a number of years ago, but they bulldozed it. Just lost track right now. I was going
So it was an artist community.
Pardon? It's artist community, but
Yeah.
I was at Edwards Air Force Base, and I came home, and my grandmother sets me up on a blind date. I'm stationed in Denver, Colorado. It's 1964. It's Easter weekend in Newport Beach.
Oh no.
And I'm
not
I'm
good.
across the street at Dr. Ronald Green's house, and he was an eye doctor. And there's all sorts of black and white photos all over Laguna Beach that are from Dr. Green. And his wife, Nikki, was my grandma's best friend. And it's 7:30 on a Friday night. I was just going to walk down to the hill, stick my thumb out. I'll be in Balboa Island in a heartbeat. And Nikki Green said, Jim, he says, what are you doing tonight? I said, I'm going downtown. I'm going to probably take a bus to Newport. Well, it's a Friday night, and there's a lot of things going on. It's Easter. It says, you're gonna, if you do something like that, you're going to get in trouble. And my thought was, that's exactly what my intention is. And
That's what I'm looking for.
yeah, and then Nikki says, well, the Knopfzigers across the street, they have a daughter about your age, and she has her own car. Now it's 7:30 on a Friday night. It's Easter break weekend. What the hell I'm going to do with my grandmother setting me up on a blind date? So Nikki gets on the phone. She calls across the street to Knopfzigers and said, Helen's grandson's here. And they'd all watched me grow up and seen me across it was a small canyon. And so they know what I looked like. And they said, sure. I said, well, they go back and forth. They said, okay, Jim will be over there at 7:30. So I go back. I said, I got to I'll take a shower, make sure I have a clean shaven. I want to be presentable just because Ed and his wife are my grandmother's neighbors. I don't want them to get a bad impression. So I go over there and knock on the door. It's a Swiss chalet looking house. Ed Knopfziger is one of the top cartoonists, or was one of the top cartoonists for Disney. He did the segment in Fantasia of the hippopotamuses and the tutus. Those are all Ed's characters. And then he went to work for Hanna-Barbera, and he developed Bam Bams and
Pebbles.
Yeah. And he said, what do you want to do? If I'm just talking with him, he said, come on in, Jill's upstairs. She'll be down in just a bit. So I told him what he wanted to do. And I said, if you really love cartooning and drawing, do it for fun. Don't do it for a living because you'll end up hating it. So I started, it sort of changed my mind on what I wanted to do. And I also wanted to eat. I'm trying to think. Now, here's this girl. It's on a Friday night. It's now 7:30, going on 8 o'clock. And I'm trying to see a picture on the mantle of a snaggletooth, one tooth, cross-eyed, whatever. And I can't. And all of a sudden I heard a hello. And I look up and there's a breezeway between two wings of the house. I look up. I fell off the couch. She's a ballerina. She still had her stage makeup on. She was on a rehearsal. And she was a knockout. And the next morning I told my grandma, I said, Grandma, says, you don't know how pleased I am. And but he ended up he left Hanna-Barbera and Disney, and he was awarded cartoonist of the year worldwide in the late 40s, a couple different times for his work. So, but I love Laguna Beach. I remember when Eiler, the Laguna Beach greeter, had a crush on my grandmother, and Eiler and I had shared the same birthday, so it was kind of special. See my grandmother, yeah.
So, in the 50s and 60s in Southern California, it was like this place that was starting to emerge and evolve into, what it is today. But it was this fertile ground of innovation and creation. And I mean, you get the whole Laurel Canyon thing going on with the music in the late 60s and early 70s.
Haight Ashbury.
Oh man, that was like this place where there was an energy of like, what do you got? What can you do? And they all went after it. And in particularly, as it relates to the sonic realm and the whole thing that happened with music. There was I put a post on Facebook about some trends analysis that's happening, that's just been done on the trends in music, and it particularly focused on the last 3 or 4 years. And the results were, I mean, these guys dug deep and they went down just like I, as a observational neutralist, where I want to look at everything just as I was saying earlier about sands, emotions, and filters. Just show me what the fuck it is and let me kind of sort it out myself. So I like that kind of analysis. It's really good because it's just here's the data. Now you figure it out.
Chew
You
on
interpret
it.
it, right?
Yeah.
You make your own interpretation and speculation about whatever it is that the data shows you that's available. So here's the interesting trends. Song times have gotten shorter. And as an analogy and a pattern recognition data point, back when the Beatles were knocking it out, making the transformative disruption that they did, the majority of their songs were under 3 minutes. Today's songs over the last 3 years, have now gotten down to about 3:15, 3:20. They were a little bit longer, and now there's a trend towards shorter tunes. Another metric was the tempo. The tempo has slowed down a little bit. You don't have as many fast songs, more in the ballad, rock, pop kind of tempos as opposed to.
I love the doo-wop era. That was my favorite.
And the funk. Brother, give me some funk. I am all over that funk.
Yeah, me too.
Another interesting metric was the rise of country and rock. Those genres they've added 30-40% to the music consumption trends that they were 3 or 4 years ago.
Other than
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Other than the legacy, I'm getting an echo. I don't know where that comes from, but I forget what I was going to say.
You were talking about the legacy music. You were talking about the slower tempo, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just one of the things
country and rock being on the rise.
But also you're starting to see some of the people discover doo-wop.
Yes.
The Dannies and the Juniors type, the Roy Orbison type. And I absolutely love that. That's the music I grew up with.
Yeah. The trends towards more country and rock is, to me, it makes sense because those two genres have more of one of their common characteristics is a deeper connection to the listener.
Yes.
Country, I mean, there is what do you get when you play a country record backwards? You get your car back, your house back, your dog back. Right?
Yep. Yeah.
Now, I always liked the sweet spot between country and rock. You had Southern rock, Leonard Skinner and all that.
Yeah.
I was really digging
Allman Brothers, those guys. Yeah.
I like
Black Oak, Arkansas.
I never thought I'd have an opportunity to personally thank them, but what the hell is this? The former one of the co-founders of Microsoft.
Bill Gates or Paul Allen?
Paul Allen. And I was over in Hangar 37. This is when I was living in Hawaii, and I was at the museum there in Fort Island. And my boss calls me, Marcel, and he said, "You on the island?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm in 37." He said, "Well, come to 79. There's someone I'd like to introduce you to." So I walk in the middle, and there's we have all sorts of airplanes in there. Most of them are there because I convinced the museum to go after them. And he turns around, and it's Paul Allen. And I spent 5 hours with him. He wasn't a very talkative guy. He is he would disappear in a crowd of 20 people. I mean, he doesn't stand out. And I finally, as I gave him the tour of the museum, then we took his entourage to the USS Missouri, and I was able to give him a behind the scenes view of the USS Missouri, and he loved it. And I said, I never thought I would be able to thank you in person, but you produced the documentary Lightning in a Bottle. And they had every blues singer that was available, and he had everybody in there. And it was in 90 minutes. I think it was on PBS I think it was on PBS. And it was fantastic. The music was incredible. And it was a once in a lifetime event. And he's the one who put it together because he loved music. He has the music experience program there at Seattle Center. I haven't been in it, but he was a big Jimi Hendrix fan. Paul Allen was. So, and Star Trek as well. Yeah. So how's the pain, Robert?
It's still there, but it's not as much as it was, and
Or you don't care about it.
I'm getting a sense that the meds might be working. I still can't push myself up with that arm, but it's better than it was. And meds aside, I think that the majority of the glowing ember of my feelings that I'm experiencing right now is because of you gentlemen and being able to share yakking and yap flapping with you. Because I got to tell you, it's really enjoyable having an open, honest, exploratory, I don't give a fuck conversation. I don't get enough of those in my regular routine, so I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, you don't answer your fucking phone anymore when I call you.
Well, you don't. Listen, after saying thank you, all this thank
Oh,
you,
that son of a bitch again. There goes the next 3 or 4 hours. Oh, shit.
Are you going somewhere, Robert? It's like you're saying goodbye.
No, I'm saying that I am just, my pain has been alleviated because of the energetic conversation and vibes I've been sharing with you fine gentlemen.
We can give you more pain if that's what you're missing.
There may have been adult libations and meds involved, but that's
Right.
All I can say is when a Nexus or your blockchain takes off, remember me for a board seat.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of room because the thing about this whole thing is the thing that is the thing, and that thing is the thing that is.
The thing that is.
And it is a thing that will be, and in my altered state, because once everybody realizes that the stuff that you think you own about you is owned by everybody else, it's not just the social media shit. It's not the content you create and the stuff you post or you plant or you upload and publish. That is the expression of you, but your real self, all the stuff you do from your financial to your assets, your insurance, all of the legal stuff, it's all on somebody else's system.
Right.
It's scattered across hundreds of systems. And you don't own it unless you got your password. And even then you don't own it because it's on somebody else's systems. And somewhere in the T's and C's, just like Moses, who was the first to download instructions from the cloud to a tablet and not read the terms and conditions.
Yeah.
And remember, Big Brother knows where you get your petrol, knows where you go shopping, even what you buy, right? Hey, even what brand toilet paper you use. Now, Big Brother's got all this information.
Well, it's not. Well, yes, the brother or the Globalonies or the Northrop Martians All of those guys they've got pieces of it, and because they have pieces, they own it and you don't. But the total you is scattered all over the fucking place.
Oh, all over.
And to get control of you is what this system is designed to do, and be as frictionless and ubiquitous with all of the interactions that any one sovereign individual wants to engage in. Today, we can't do that because the architecture, the infrastructure, the systems, and the processes are filled with useless intermediaries, unnecessary pit stops on the way to getting done what you want done. This new system, when you have the ability to control that which is you, you only let out and interact with whatever you need to, with whatever you need to, when you want to. Not because of some legal, regulatory, legislative, artificially constructed mechanism for you in order to conduct interaction. It's just like, so here's an analogy. Let me see if this works. When Musk bought Twitter, Twitter was supposed to be this public square kind of thing. Well, it was clearly, seriously full of problems, from its architecture to its administration. Well, Musk came in and said, well, there's 3,500 more people here than I need to do this, which is 80% of the people that are there that was making it what it was, and I don't need them. You're out of here. So he knocked off 80% of the infrastructure, streamlined it, and made it profitable within 2 years. You can go on from an economic and financial perspective. Was the $44 billion worth it or not? Bottom line is, he went and pulled in a badass boss business move. He went, just like the guy Milei down in Argentina, who said, you elect me, I'm getting rid of 50% of the government, because there's 50% of it at a minimum that is useless, that is redundant, that is incompetent, that is just completely wrong, shouldn't be there.
And that just one person, and
Exactly.
they're all like that.
Right?
Right.
So Musk pulled a baller move, went in there and did that, and everybody's going, the only people that are complaining about it are the people that don't like what's on there. The people that are on there that like it going, well, I don't care if it's kind of crazy or whatever. I want that out there. And that's the thing, is that here's a perfect example, an analogous, in my opinion, of something that you thought would work but didn't. If you were a part of the ideology and the herd that said, thou shalt not say that. If thou does say that, thou shalt be canceled. Thou shalt be removed. Right? So there was this whole wave across a whole bunch of things. Didn't matter what it was, race, gender, political, country, ethnicity, it doesn't matter. There was a whole bunch of funneling going on. And it was like, well, when you're in this space, you must talk and think like this. The words that you come out of your mouth must be the words that I want coming out of your mouth. Your opinion is being assigned by me, and if you don't have that opinion, then there's something wrong with you. We have to fix you. Or if you're not going to get fixed, you're going to be ex-nayed. You're going to be canceled. How did that work? Everything that has been put into the canceled category has come back on the other side bigger, stronger, and becoming behemoths, surpassing what they were before they were canceled. You can list the litany of examples: Rogan, Brand, Carlson, Tim Pool. I mean, you can go. There is Dave Rubin, Jordan Peterson. All these folks were targeted for incorrect think. and speech. And they were told that, well, you're going to say that, we're going to fuck with you. So they fuck with them. They took them off the legacy systems. And
Which
these
is
guys
dying.
popped up on the other side in the new news systems and are killing it. I mean, they're going, well, okay, so apparently the product that you were selling in this ideological cancel model didn't go over real well. Your performance kind of, I don't know. If you were in business, you would have been fired a long time ago. Because your performance and your inept execution and incompetence of being able to really understand what the hell you were doing didn't work. So apparently you've got a shitty product. So I'm thinking if you got to force a shitty product on people because they won't adopt it, then you're probably got a shitty product.
Yeah.
My favorite part about that whole movement, just like what you said, when Rogan and all them started surpassing and getting bigger and bigger, that the cancel movement started eating itself alive and started canceling each other.
Yes.
Self-imposed
Listen, let's just
implosion.
change the subject for a second. What's your view on Carlton Tucker's interview with Putin?
I got mine. Go ahead, Gerald.
I don't know. I mean, I like Tucker and I like the format and stuff, but I didn't really hear that interview. I don't think.
I watched the whole thing.
It was a good interview, but I think Putin went a bit too far out of his way to tell us the history going back 300 or 400 years.
We went back 800. They went back 800 years.
Yes, something like that. Yeah.
No, I think it surprised Tucker, but it also put everything into perspective of what consisted of Russia, and so he wanted to show you where their foundation was, where the equivalent of their constitution, not the Constitution, but their Declaration of Independence, if you want to say that, but it started 800 years ago. And he told how everything sort of congealed and what parts of Ukraine have always been part of Russia.
Yeah.
And that's where the whole conversation was heading. And I honestly believe that I have no fear that Putin's going to nuke anybody. He may rattle the cage. I think he's a white hat. I think he's on the side of good against evil, and the evil is most everything that's bad that is about Ukraine, and it's always been that way.
I found it really strange that I found out that Putin actually requested to join NATO, and they refused him. And if he joined NATO, they wouldn't have had this problem today.
Yeah, because you had idiots with a wrong answer, a bad answer. There was no consequence. So they don't look at the ramifications. You can look at some of the dumb stuff they're doing today. From my view, the opposition. I mean, they're not seeing what could happen. And I think there's the county, state, and federal government is just loaded with these people who outlived their shelf life back in the 70s. I mean, it's just I just had to renew my tabs in my car, so I went emissions. I got it, and then I wanted to get a new tab before it expired. And I'm looking around at our civil servants. And of course, it is the Department of Motor Vehicles, and it has earned absolutely every sling and arrow you could throw at it, because they prove it every single time. I don't care where it's at. I've been in DMV in Alaska. I've been, of course, in Minnesota, in California, Washington State, Hawaii. I mean, And I think they hire from the same gene pool, and we paying these people very good salaries, and they can't be fired.
Yeah, and yet some of these people too are from the early Cold War period, where they've still got this enigma of hey, don't trust the Russians, and I mean, and look, you think of the indoctrination the Americans went through. I mean, people lost their jobs. I mean, it's like what's happening today if you're a Trump supporter, right? Hey,
Oh,
if you would
yeah.
have thought, if you would have thought a newspaper that hinted anything about communism, you were sacked from your freaking job. You were persecuted for it, right? Or if you belong to a union, you're a communist. You know, I mean,
I think,
we do the same thing now.
yeah, it may be wishful thinking or hoping, but I think before the end of this year, everything's going to be okay.
I hope so. Because what I see is the
It's
opposite of communism. I see what they call a corporatism, where we're being dictated by the corporations, not by the government.
yeah.
Well,
You
it's
know?
both. It's both.
Oh
And
yeah, but
and
hold
the
on.
media
Right.
and the
The
media
corporations
is
are the one that's paying the government. Remember, they should be wearing logos, these politicians, on their t-shirts. Because let's put it this way: if I'm going to donate $3 or $4 million for your political cause, I'm going to want something back in return, and I guarantee that's what's that should not be allowed in politics, because to me that's another version, that's just another level of inside trading, because they're just going to want something back. No one should be allowed to receive big
I'm going
funds
to get another glass.
like that. No one should. I mean, the odd dollar or two of the general public, fine. In Australia, our politics in Australia, if you're voting local government, you don't have to vote if you don't want. But if it's a federal election, you have to. It's compulsory to vote. Now he's complaining if the country goes to shit if you didn't vote. Now, if I didn't vote in the general election for federal, I can be paying up to about $150 fine. Once you turn over the age of 18, you've got to vote in Australia for federal, not for state or local council or whatever, but you have to vote. And I think that's what they should do, all on ballot. No bloody phone in, no digital shit, just vote. Hardcore, mate. That's
Gerald,
what
what do you think? What do you think about the? Do you think? Let me ask you this, because you are a purveyor of the possibilities and the potentialities across multiple domains. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yep, you're looking at all the information that's available, from Bigfoots to aliens to technology to prepping, right?
Right.
Well, those are some wide and deep spectrums. They encompass a lot of different modalities, a number of different ideas and models and knowledge and all that shit. So when you see stuff like, so this is my question: when you see stuff in the political realm and the governance, political is really about governance and administration, and the influences that go into the ways that those things are administered and managed. Yeah, all those influences is what kind of dictates how they do their thing, right? They're getting a bunch of money from somebody with an attitude or an agenda or both, and they prefer a particular outcome. It's pretty easy to see. I mean, if you just, again, look at it with an observational neutrality. So when you look at the political machinations that are going on in that theater, what do you think by the end of the year? Where do you think we will be? Where and who do you think we'll be in politically?
As long as it's not with Kamala Harris. My God, mate, she said she's ready to leave. Oh my God, to sue.
Well, I'll ask you next, B. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I followed down the white hat trail for quite a while, and hoping that all that would come true. And I'm still believing that whether it's a uprising from the normal folk like us to maybe the white hats having tribunals and cleaning house, just like you talked about Elon doing. That's what I'm hoping is going to happen at the end of the year. But I don't know if we'll get there or not. I don't know.
So
Time
you
will
have
tell.
questions. You have questions about what may happen between now and then.
Well, they still have all their little dirty tricks, and as long as they're still in power, they can pretty much they play by their rules that they make up any given moment that fits their purpose.
Yep.
But apparently, our side, at least my side, and I believe most of you out there, same view. Our guys have been able to stop them at absolutely everything they tried to do to make us look bad. We've turned around, and it's been a positive. Every time they've indicted Trump, every time they've done anything negative against President Trump, his popularity keeps going up because they realize, hey, this guy hasn't done anything. We had a great 4 years, and now I can't afford groceries and gas at the same time.
So, Jim, do you
All the
think?
money to send out to Ukraine.
Jim, do you think the 2020 election was accurate, transparent, and legit?
Absolutely not. There's the graph is going up, and Biden's down here, and all of a sudden at 1:30 in the morning it's up here, and Trump drops down. I mean, how does he have so many million of votes, and then we have to shut everything down, then we turn it back on? Oh, he's down. Someone subtracted 2 million votes from him, and we're all these other phony votes. Everything about the 2020 election, as far as I'm concerned, is a travesty and an act of treason by those who planned it and participated in it, or had knowledge of it and did nothing to stop it.
You know what the big giveaway was? When has our postal service ever worked that fast and that efficient overnight?
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah, but what about the suitcases they had on video where they're pulling suitcases of ballots from under the table after they told everybody we've stopped counting?
Yep.
Now, my question, let me ask this question. In your Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution itself, the military is supposed to protect the country, foreign and domestic. Now,
I sorted that, and I've never relinquished my oath.
right, foreign and domestic. Why didn't the military step in and say, stop this bullshit? Let's recall another election and let them control. Let it be the voice of the people.
From what I understand and what I read, to be able to eventually show the Biden administration, but more importantly, the Obama administration that's running the show, just how treasonous they are. But they have to do it. They have to do it in bits and pieces over a long period of time. You listen to President Trump. He doesn't have his facial expressions or the tone of voice of a worried man. I mean, he's dealt with the mafia in a building in New York, so he's worked with the toughest of them all. And they've not been able to find one negative thing. They can charge him a lot of things, but he is the most investigated and researched political person probably in the history of voting.
Well, public or private. I mean,
Yeah.
the guys had more colonoscopies and that have come up negative than any other man his age or stature in my opinion. And when you look at it, you go, well, there's a whole bunch of questions about Science Bob today posted something about the fact that the verdict for Trump having to pay some $350 to $400 million because he committed fraud against the banks and institutions in state of New York. There was no jury trial. This was a declaration. I forgot the technical term, but it was a decision by the judge and the judge alone. And Bob listed all this stuff about he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that, and he's going to pay that. And so as of earlier tonight, I still hadn't gotten a response. I said, I'm confused. Who and where are the victims, either criminally or financially? The banks and the insurance companies that supposedly were defrauded by metrics of, the suite was 3x its claim for its value. The Mar-a-Lago was valued at some way low price and all this shit. It's like, so, okay, but did the banks do their own due diligence? That's what they do. Did the banks get repaid and make the money that they agreed to by giving the loan? Yes. Are the banks and the insurance companies complaining? Are they the victims of fraud? No, every one of them said they're ready to do more business with him. So you go, well, okay, so there's a victimless crime here. There's no defendants that have gone to the court and said, we got fucked, we want restitution. It is solely on the judge who's made the determination that all of the interactions between all the parties involved, who none of them complained and all got restituted and made money. There's no complaints from any of them. It's only the judge that's made this determination. And you look at it and you go, how in the hell does that work?
He needs to be disbarred.
Well,
Hey,
it's going to go to the appeals court, and I think they're going to
ask-
slap it down hard.
Can I ask a question? There's something I don't know. Now, look at Donald Trump Jr., right? Now, is he involved in politics at all with his father or what?
Well, he supports him in his
I know
campaigns, but he's
how would the Biden camp like it if Donald Trump Jr. was on his political team, right? Let's say, hey, if I become president, my son's going to be vice president. That would really stuff him up, wouldn't it?
well, that would fry some bacon right there.
Because if they bounce Donald Trump under a fraud thing, well, they'll have to do the same for his son too, wouldn't they? Because he'll just jump in his dead shoes.
Can you imagine the contrast between Joe and Hunter and Don and Donald Jr.? I mean, there's few things that are in stark contrast.
Farther apart between here and Pluto. Yeah.
Right? I mean, and you don't have to be political. You don't have to be ideological or anything else. You just look at it and you go, well, wait a minute. The whole thing with the dad and the son on one side is fucking day and night with the dad and son on the other. I mean, that's just logic and common sense. So then you look at the spin that they package it with and you go, oh, yeah, I see why you're saying that, because you can't have anything like that on your side because it's completely opposite. So all of the the political spin and the ideological guardrails is just, it's so absurd that it's reached the point of laughable. And actually reached that a while back, in my opinion. But what's happening now is that all of the normies and the sleeple, their common sense meters are going off. They're going, wait a minute, this is turning into a bullshit meter. And it's pegging in the red all the time. And that is a part of the great reveal as well, in my opinion. People are waking up and seeing reality for what it actually is just by looking at it. And you don't have to put any filter on it. It doesn't have to be a left or a right or a religious or, theological or philosophical. You just look at it and you go, there's something wrong here.
Yeah, but 8 months ago, Donald Trump Jr. came to Australia and he was in a conference, and I actually watched it, and I tell you something, that guy's got his head screwed on. Yeah, I mean, I was just listening to him. He seems more focused than his father. He's not into. Like Donald Trump says, he's saying he's different, and it's a bit like you, Robert. Where you can use the words, right, and you know how to kind of cut somebody down by saying a sentence, one simple sentence. And this is what this guy, and this is what this guy is about. He is good at it, and he makes sense when he talks. Donald Trump Jr. Really, I was really impressed. And he will be eventually a president of the United States, I'll guarantee it.
Well,
he's been primed by his father, mate. I'll tell you that now. He's been primed.
Well, long before Trump decided to go after throw his hat in the ring for the presidency, he built an empire, and he made his sons a part of that empire. And it's fascinating when you look at all of the folks that are complaining about him. Boy, they sure loved his parties. They sure loved going and hanging out with him. They sure liked going on his TV shows. He was a total darling. Trump never changed who he was.
But what I can't see, some years ago,
and they're exposing themselves by throwing this two-faced bullshit out there. Like, well, if you're going to come in and fuck with our system by getting into politics and running shit and saying, I'm going to run this like The Apprentice, you either perform or you're out. That's what he did.
Yeah, but you've got to.
And he did it in everybody's face with the same personality. If you look at The Apprentice and watch a couple of episodes and see his personality, and then you see him at his press conference, there ain't no difference. The guy's the same. He's been the same asshole, however you love him or whatever, for decades.
Hey, when he first took over his father's company, that's where it originally came from. Apparently, Donald Trump nearly went bankrupt. He was on the verge of bankruptcy, and he came back.
He's gone through 3 bankruptcies in his career. He's been bankrupt. He's gone through that. There was a whole thing back in the 90s where he had to restructure his entire asset class and did a bankruptcy and came back and killed it.
And guess what?
I would rather have somebody that's gone through bankruptcy and knows what it's like and how to do it than somebody who hasn't. I don't know about you.
He learned by his mistakes. Mm-hmm. That's why he knows how to run a country. He treats it like a business.
That's because that's what it is.
Hey, it's a corporation.
You're right, Gerald. That's the whole thing. Is people don't realize it's a corporation.
Hey, look, I've always thought Donald Trump was a dick. I always have done. But the point was, he was good for America.
We needed a dick. You know what? And there's a whole bunch of countries around the world that are finding out that they need a dick too. And being a dick is what gets shit done. Steve Jobs was a dick. Bill Gates was a dick. Jack Walsh was a dick. Ronald Reagan was a dick. And people are going, well, how can you have a dick running things? Like, well, because dicks get things done.
It's only the people around that don't like being told.
Well, the people that don't like being told are the ones. What was that? There's a Southern, I think you know this, Gerald. There's a Southern saying that says something about them doing the accusing are usually the ones doing the doing.
Right. And that was so great about when Trump was being accused of all this stuff, and all these people accusing him were doing the exact same thing, and now they're getting caught in it.
And
It's just like cancel culture. They're getting canceled out because of the stuff they're trying to put out on Trump.
Oh, mate, I tell you, it's a three-ring circus, really is. Hey, I'm really, really looking forward to see what the outcome is going to be in the end. And if he does become president again, which I'm pretty confident he will, oh, mate, there's going to be a real shit show going to be going on, mate. Talking about laundry, mate. It's all going to be out there.
I don't think Biden is going to make it to November. And
No, I think that's gonna, and they're trying to figure out who they're gonna put in place instead of Kamala.
Yeah, but what happened? Robert disappeared on me.
Yeah.
Is he coming back?
Hey, Jim, that medication you take, can I give you a word of advice? Chew it, mate, with some minties. You know the minties, little white minties? Chew them with minties.
You mean Altoids?
Yeah, the little minties. Yeah, little white.
Oh, dude, that's a sugar rush.
Yeah, chew.
That's a sugar rush from heaven.
Chew the buds with minties. I tell you why. Every time you blow out, you're wasting 2/3 of it.
Well, I don't know about that. When I did I used to do Altoids back in the 80s, 90s.
Yeah,
90s.
I used them too.
And those things were like a sugar rush. It was like, oh, okay. It's like you do 2 or 3 of those, it's like hitting an espresso. And you smelled good, so you got a little side benefit there. Well, I think on the end of the year election stuff here in the States that Biden won't be there in the general.
Hey, Kamala Harris is trying to jump in, isn't she?
And well, she's not going to make it either. So I think there's going to be some shock events, if you will, that will be in that side of the political narrative that will start with, it'll have something to do with Biden being replaced and camel toe being replaced.
What I'm more concerned about that the black hats don't assassinate Donald Trump.
Well, they got that, and they got Bobby Kennedy up there. There's a whole. It's a big, complex mess of stuff that it can go a number of different ways, in my opinion. But the bottom line is that it won't be Biden. It's who will it be instead is the big question for me.
The
theory I think
hearing,
that,
or the rumors,
You're still going to be the puppet. You're still going to be the same idiot.
Michelle Obama will be the leader.
Yeah, if they try that. And I don't think that she may be being heavily recruited, but I don't think she's going to buy it. And number 2, if she does buy it, she's going to get a hard rejection that's going to surprise her and everybody else on the left, and they'll have more whining and consternation and chaos to deal with because there's nobody on the bench. In the sense of political,
your pipe is empty.
Yeah, there's nobody there. Can't Newsom is like, okay, throw him in there. I'd like to see that. Oh, Michelle? Oh, yeah, go ahead and throw her in there. Any of the others that, I can't even think of who, outside of Mark Cuban, who would have any kind of chance. But Cuban's been stepping on his dick while he's shooting himself in the foot over this DEI shit for the last couple of months. He's getting raked over the coals. I don't see, there's no personality. Trump is a personality. Vivek is a personality. Carlson, Carl Tuckerson, he's in the mix. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi? I like her a lot. I've always liked her.
Yeah.
She would be dynamite, in my opinion. Noam Christie. I mean, there is this rich field of potential that are individual talents that have individual authenticity and integrity and a track record that I think the Sleeple are looking for their common sense bullshit meter to go back to at least middle. Right now it's pegged in the red and they're tired of that. Like anything you guys throw up we're going to throw up back at you. Yep, natural law of the land and Karen, yes. Truth, big time truth. Tucker, yeah.
I wonder how long it'll take before Trump would pull everybody out of Ukraine. Well, finances, that is.
Well, there's nobody in Ukraine. It's only our
I
money
know, but I'm talking
over there. Throwing our money at it is the thing that people have finally had enough of. I mean, they're throwing more money at everybody else's border than they are ours.
Yeah,
I mean, it's laughable.
When the false facade finally comes down over the Ukraine, we finally get to the bottom of it's just a money laundering system and to make chemicals for our secret agents in our government. It's all going to come crashing down. And if Trump gets in, I guarantee you it's going to be cleaned house over there. There's going to be a lot of people with egg on their face.
I agree. And striped clothing.
Striped clothing
that might be right before the tribunals start.
And I'll bet you he'll complete the wall and complete the pipeline.
Well, and there will be a fair amount of chain and ankle accessories.
Yes.
I mean, it's gotten to the point of the obliviously obvious absurd. I mean, it's so, you look at it and you go, are you, and like I was saying earlier, really? That's what you're going with? Really? That's your lead statement, jab, position? Clearly you didn't have all the information available to make an informed decision, because that is not going anywhere as much and as hard as many as you get. And that's the thing too, is that it's a noisy few that's causing all the chaos and consternation. It's not a majority. There's probably 20, maybe 25% of the people that of people who are buying the narrative, the narrative, and are getting worked up and adding emotional energy into this bullshit that we're seeing. There's at least 70% of people are going, I don't think so. I'm not sure about that. Really? And those people are the kind of people that have integrity, authenticity, and they just want to be left alone. They don't want shit shoved down their throat or up their ass. They are normal human existence where they're going, hey, it only takes some common sense and just a natural in touch of reality to look at this stuff and go, I don't think you thought that through.
No, they haven't.
And if you did, I'd like to understand what your thinking process was. I'd like to understand how you thought that through. I'd like to see the questions you asked. I'd like to understand how did the questions you asked give you the data that you're using to come to the conclusion you are expressing. Because I got questions. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And that is being experienced by literally everyone. We now have billions of people that have instant access to all kinds of information that they can interrogate and investigate and intuit on their own. And when you look at the tsunami of this shit and the deluge of data that's got all kinds of problems with it, you go, well, I think there may be something else afoot here. There may be an intent that is nefarious and not in our best interest. And that's, I think, what's happening to the general population. I think people are going, really? I got questions. That's where you ended up with? All right, how the hell did you get there? Help me understand you and how you got there. Embrace and amplify. Figure out what it is.
Well,
And it's like, really?
What's your forecast for the future in America?
I think we're going to have some kind of major political event that's going to be centered around the folks on the left. And I think that in combination with that, there's going to be some terrestrial and celestial events that will be mainly manufactured and manipulated to cause more confusion and consternation.
To take our mind off the real problem.
At the end of the day, I think we're going to have an election. I think that the results of the election are going to be so profound and let's use the word immutable.
Undeniable.
Yeah, that it's going to result in a whole bunch of head popping.
Do you think it'd be a landslide, in other words?
I think there was a landslide last time. I think this one's going to. I think this
just
one's.
a bigger one this time.
I think this one's going to be even more profound.
At one time,
An avalanche.
according to quoting the Army in Germany, said when they were monitoring this for Space Force, at 1 o'clock in the morning, he had 104 million votes, and Biden had like 37 million. I think next thing you know, Biden's ahead. You have sweet dreams. Got to hang around in there, huh? So,
Karen, when we get the show done with Karen, you guys are going to really enjoy it. Profound knowledge, insight, intuition, experience. I mean, she's got some amazing stuff that we're going to go into on the Nexus, and it'll be of the profound nature of revelatory knowledge. It's like, hey, wait a minute. Something that is that simple, yet that profound and good. We need as much of that as we can get right now, because all the crap we've been getting for the last few decades is, I don't know about you guys, but I got brain stain and I need some brain washing.
The thing is, a lot of people might say, "Oh, hey, Terry, like that's American politics, so I shouldn't have a say in it. But what actually happens in America, it affects us here in Australia because we're so close as allies on the political side of things. It affects us. It really does affect us, indeed. And I like the idea of pulling companies out of China, like Trump wanted to do. And I like to see Australian companies pull out of China as well. I mean, that's going to that will make a big. It doesn't all have to come out of go back to America or come back to Australia. You can put it into some of these other peaceful countries in Asia which get still manufactured cheap. But the biggest things like Apple get back to the States. Certain car parts get back to the States. Certain things get back to the States. Same for Australian products too. Because it doesn't work out any cheaper in the end. Like something simple. There's a company called Bonds. The Bonds t-shirt, Bonds underwear, manufactured in Melbourne. And they closed the factory down in Melbourne and they said, we're going to get them made in China. We can produce them cheaper, which is going to be more beneficial to the Australian public. One of the questions was, for our factory workers, we pay $33 an hour to work in our factory. In China, it's only costing us $12 a day. Right? And so we can produce it cheap, so it should produce. But guess what? Since it started manufacturing in China, those products went up 15 to 20% in price. And put out something like about 300 people out of work from their factory. So at the end of the day, it's wrong. I mean, we send chipwood to China to buy back that same wood in a board. Why can't we manufacture it ourselves?
Well, B, are you suggesting that those that run these companies don't have expenses like lobbyists and cronies and payoffs and all of that they have to account for? I mean, how else are they going to pay for these people if they don't improve their margins and offshore and screw a bunch of people?
Yeah, but listen, you don't necessarily have to send everything offshore, right? Look, where technology's going, you can cut down on your stuff and go tech, but it's still being manufactured here. You can go robotics. A lot of stuff these days is basically robotics. Even in the clothing industry, it's basically all robotics.
Have you seen the price of eggs, chicken, beef, and poultry lately?
Oh,
I'm a big time. I like the carnivore model. I think that's how we function. I think that's where we get the majority of the health that we should be enjoying, and it's hard to find a non-GMO farm animal or farm animal product. But I'm still going with, if I want plant-based meat, I'm buying me some cow.
I think the only thing GMO we've got here in Australia basically is things like chicken. From hatching, you're going on a plate for like about 8 weeks, fed on hormones and shit like that, mate. It's terrible. But the cattle is pretty good. I don't think it's GMO on that one.
What do you think, Joe? You got some farm animal acreage and stuff going on out there. What's your thoughts on plant-based meat?
Oh, no, we don't do plant-based. I mean, I'm just like you. I think the cows grazing in the fields is enough vegetables and plant-based for me.
I agree.
What's the cost of a ribeye steak in America? A ribeye.
Right. Depends on where you go.
I just got some, and it's roughly
a nice steak.
The ones I just got were about $1.50 a pound, I think.
What?
Yeah.
A ribeye?
Yeah.
Oh, God, do you know how much a ribeye is here? Like, it's like a large chop, about yay big and about an inch thick. You're looking at about nearly $50 for one.
Well, you guys have shitty money down there, so the exchange rate is a little different. But I bought 3 ribeyes for Super Bowl, and it was $40 for all 3.
No, it's not.
So yeah, roughly, what is that, 16, $17 a steak, but each steak was a pound and a quarter,
Oh, wow.
and they were nice thick, so
I'm making me
Well, I
hungry.
could buy 10 chicken drumsticks for $7.
I mean, it's just like everything else, whether you go to a local farmer and have them butcher a cow for you, or if you go to a local meat shop and get it from there, or you go to a chain grocery store and get your meat from there, or if you go out to eat to a restaurant. I mean, there's all kinds of prices. I mean, you're looking at $60 or more when you go out to a restaurant just for a steak meal.
yeah, I haven't been to a restaurant and out for a meal and shit. I don't know. It's getting on about a year. I just get all my stuff and I make it at home. And I'm big on eggs, butter, salt, oat milk, and steak. And between all those, I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good. I throw some veggie or some fruit in on my smoothies. But, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Jordan Peterson and his daughter, Michaela, but their whole health journey was they were both on tons of meds, all kinds of conditions from diabetes and all kinds of weight problems and all that. They went to carnivore like 3 or 4 years ago. All that shit went away. And they've got their interviews on YouTube for free. Talk about what happened to them and what the changes they made and going to a carnivore diet. And they got off all the drugs, all the symptoms went away, and they are healthy as shit. It's like, well,
I mean,
there's stories all over the place with that.
Hey, my staple diet outside Filipino food like adobo or sinigang or lasagna or quiche, spinach quiche. With
I know what it's like to lose weight. I lost 170 pounds. I was at 375 at one time, 2005.
And how did you do that?
I quit eating anything white, and I wouldn't eat anything after 7 o'clock at night.
Yep.
And I lost 105 pounds, 105 pounds and 115 pounds in 5 months. I was living on Whidbey Island, and I was over in Everett at Walmart. And I was a real estate agent, among other things. And I saw my broker's wife. I've known Stephanie for a long time. And I said, Stephanie. And she looks right past me like, I said, Stephanie. And she said, who are you? I said, you know who I am? No, I've never met you in my life. I said, yeah, you'd have. I work for your husband. And she looked at me and said, well, who are you? I said, Jim Goodall. Her mouth just dropped open. My God, what happened? I said, yeah, I lost 115 pounds. And then my family doctor there in Whidbey got mad at me because I lost so much weight so quick. He said, I don't want you to lose any weight for a decade or so. Just sort of stay where you're at. I was 260, 265. And from the beginning of this COVID bullshit until now, I went from 265 to 205. I weighed, the day I joined the Air Force on my 17th birthday, I weighed 207. So I feel pretty good about myself. And I've had it off since 2005.
Yeah, but can you still fit in your high school underwear?
I didn't wear it back then.
Well, I can't lose weight. I'm
I
struggling
didn't
to lose
either.
weight. I'm struggling to lose weight. Since I've retired, I just pile on the kilos, mate. I only have to look at something, smell it, and boom, I put on weight.
No, I mean, I don't eat that much. I probably eat 30% of what I used to eat. In my snack, if I want a snack, I have one of these. I have a grape.
Yeah.
And instead of eating, corn chips and dip and ice cream or whatever, if I, you know, if I
My
want
wife
something,
complains I don't eat enough.
yeah, I want something sweet. I love grapes. I always have. So
Well, the whole, we're all seasoned enough here to remember the
old and decrepit is also a term.
well, speak for yourself.
I am.
But we're all old enough here to remember the food pyramid,
Right.
Oh, yes.
right? And over the last, at least the last decade in particular, but it's been going on for a while, that thing has been shot to shit
Yeah, it's been toxic. It's that
by
it's so
by
toxic.
every credible researcher or study. It's like, okay, well, let's see. This came out by who? The FDA. Who is the FDA? They're the government. Oh, okay. Well, aren't they the ones that said, they were promoting Lucky Strikes? Aren't they the ones that, have been pushing all of this cholesterol stuff and you got to cut back on salt, you got to cut back on sugar, you got to cut back on butter. It's like, well, you guys screwed all of it up so bad. You got some things right, but most of it you got wrong. And if you eat salt, butter, meat, a little veggie and a little fruit now and then, you're going to be just fine, especially if you're growing it. But if you're buying all this packaged processed shit, you're getting whatever they've decided to put into that packaged processed shit. And the chances of you having a very poor outcome, if that is your main consumption, is obvious across our society. I love these pictures. I grew up in Southern California in the 60s and 70s, like Jim. Jim had north and south. Jim, you remember ever going to the beach and seeing somebody fat back then?
No.
Nope.
And they didn't have. I mean, I lived in Waikiki for 4 years. You might as well be in downtown Detroit in a bad part of town. You wouldn't know it because you're looking like this. You're looking at your goddamn cell phone. Put the fucking thing in your pocket and enjoy the beauty. I mean, I walk. I mean, I don't even bring my cell phone with me when I go to the beach. I don't want to talk to anybody anyway. So I'm just.
Well, you're generally unsociable, so we understand that. But
well, I can't help it.
Well, you can't. It's genetic.
That's right.
But B, I don't know about. Yeah, I mean, you guys have got some of the most beautiful beaches. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm just going to say it. You got some beautiful shit down there, but it ain't as good as ours. You go to the Pacific Coast, anywhere from fucking Alaska all the way down to Tierra del Fuego. I mean,
You want to fight?
The Pacific
You
Coast,
want to fight?
Yes, I do. I'm
Well, I'll tell you something, mate.
I'm laying it down. Are you picking up what I'm laying down?
Hey, I'll be sending you bloody photos and photos of beaches from now. You'll
be nice, or we won't sell you any nuclear-powered submarines.
That's right.
Actually, they can't make up their mind about these orcas at the moment.
Well, you need to remember who your benefactor is. You're only a country because we allow you to be that.
Listen
I
here,
don't really know even if Australia even exists.
I didn't either. I thought Australia was a state.
I thought it was like Narnia or something. I don't know what it is.
Fuck you.
It's a place for criminals.
Oh, well. Yeah,
But
okay.
you guys have beautiful beaches, and
And-
when you were growing up, did you see a bunch of fat asses rolling around in the sand on the beach?
Nope.
So what happened? Where did all these fat asses come from?
The
Why
energy.
do we have so many of them?
You talk about your food pyramid, right?
Yeah,
It's all chemically based now. They use
that's what I'm
everything.
saying.
And now on top of that, they tell you not to eat butter. But now they're saying butter is good for you. Butter, you eat butter, you shit out what you don't, body doesn't take, and your body only absorbs what it needs. But guess what? You have margarine. Your body absorbs every bit of it. And that's
Margarine is not butter.
No,
I know it's not.
it's one element shy of becoming paint.
Well, I've said for a long time that, Wonder Bread and, all that white shit, you could build a fucking house with that stuff. And you take some, the processed peanut butter, a little bit of jelly, and some bread, you can build a whole goddamn house.
Yeah.
And it will be here, it'll be there 1,000 years from now, because that shit is not food. It's a chemical composition of crap that they're telling you need to eat. But that's the thing. All of the officialdom that has been responsible for the authoritative official narrative, they've all fucked themselves and proven they didn't know what the fuck they're talking about. And I don't give a fuck if somebody thinks that that I'm using the word fuck too much, but I'm at the point where it's fuck the fucking fuckers.
Right,
These
Jeremy.
people have
Hey, look, it's the boys' club now. Hey, look, it's the boys' club. Come on. Okay?
I'm sorry.
Listen, I'm going to put a link in the chat and see if any of these people here have got the nerve to come in and join us.
Oh,
Come on, Bill.
Yeah,
Come on, you're welcome to come and join us. I'm going to put a link in the chat. Come and say hello.
I'm at the point where I'm saying that I'm feeling like fuck you. There has been far too much fuckery afoot, and they have purposely put fuck into the system, and I'm calling out the fuckery. It's over the top. It is so demonstrably obvious. And you can even put your theological and your philosophical filters on and look at the data. You're going to see the same goddamn thing. It has been a flood of fuckery, of foolishness by the fools, and these people, they don't deserve the respect. They don't deserve the attention, and they most certainly deserve to be called out for the foolery and the fuckery that they've put out. And it's time. It's way over time. I personally have had enough. I am a pissed off peep. I am a part of the rise. I'm a part of the rise of the populace of the pissed off peeps. And I've had enough. You fuckers, and I will go toe to toe in logic, reason, common sense, and respect, and have a conversation with anybody who wants to debate the state of fuckery. Because it's demonstrable, it's empirical, it is real, and it is time, except for the guys down in Australia. But the rest of us, it's time to rise and pump the fist and say, look, we've had enough. You have fucked up hard. We aren't going to take it anymore.
I'm going to send some drop bears over to America for you guys. So, you know what drop bears are? Those really kung fu koala bears.
Yes, Jane, I am feeling better. Apparently, because apparently I've pumped up something, or these guys have. I have been, actually. I'm innocent. I'm going to blame it on Jim,
no, I don't
B,
care
and
what
Gerald
it is.
because
I'm
I was calm and collected, and I was cool
It's not a
earlier
good
until
drug.
these
It's not a
guys
good drug.
pushed the
It's the
button.
medication.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So,
But
Gerald,
nobody,
Gerald, what do you think? Do you
I
think
put
that?
the link in the chat, but nobody came. How about that?
Well, I think it's probably past most people's bedtime. You got to remember, we're a bunch of seasoned geezer geeks, and our clocks are. I mean, when we dump the watch,
They
we
are
lost the
ticking. They
clock.
have tuck.
It's only 1:45 a.m. right here, so
You
we're
see,
doing good.
yeah, is he still early for Gerald?
Yeah.
It's only 3:45 in the afternoon here.
Well, so it's your afternoon, and you're just starting to think about shrimp on the Barbie.
He's starting to think about taking a nap. That's what he's starting to think about.
No, I'm fine. I'm feeling. I was nearly falling asleep earlier on, but now I'm wide awake. I can go on for another hour.
Oh, jeez.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
Why? It's been 4 hours and 46 minutes. I started.
No,
I
you
started
haven't been
this.
on here for 4 hours. and
Yeah,
46
but Jim, you skipped out and went and did some,
I did it. I did
trader
another. I
kind
did
of
it.
show shit.
No. It was a commitment I made. I told him I'd be there for 90 minutes.
Well, sort him out.
And,
Sort him
and,
out
I,
now.
and I told Terry. He said, "Hey, if you're still there when I get done, I'll come right on." And much
Sort
to my
that man out. Sort that man out. They're not going, Jim.
much to my delight, you guys are still here. So
Yeah, but the point is, we're still going though. You can't go until the show's over.
Well, Jim, we were getting ready to shut it off when you showed up. So all of this extra shit is your fault.
well. I enjoy it, and like you were saying earlier, it's just it is such a delight to have a non-structured conversation with four intelligent people, regardless of. I mean, when I go to Minnesota, well, I wasn't calling you. I said people. Not us.
right,
Not us.
I was going to say the cat just left. I'm not sure who you're talking to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
Cat bailed.
I so thoroughly enjoy having a conversation and be part of a discussion, even a rambling of whatever.
Right, yeah.
And it's I don't. I posted something on Facebook. I think yesterday. It was Keanu Reeves said, "I am a popular loner." He says, "I know a lot of people, and not a lot of people, know who I am, but I'm friends with very few, and most of the time I'm by myself." And as much as I would love to have, someone of similar interests, and it would have to be something similar. I have no one in the Tucson area. The one person, that went and did some stuff, airplane shooting. He ended up dying on me, and unfortunately, so many people I know they're doing it, and it's just there's nothing I can do about it. It's the old TikTok boom, you're dead ones. But I'm gonna be for Kira. I'm gonna live to 105. I know that, and
We got a lot of shows to do between now and then.
Oh, shit, yeah. Hey.
absolutely. And I can't. It will probably just be holograms inside inside some type of chamber, and our brain is going to be stuck in a little thing with all sorts of probes on it. And we've gone to the local garbage disposal. We're gone, and making
Soylent Green.
I can just imagine very old.
and
Comment sheets changed.
they're advertising something on TV. It's a green powder. You put it in and shake it up. And I'm looking, says that's Soylent Green. I mean, my God,
no.
they're not even hiding it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Soylent Green, was The movie was projecting at 2021 or 2022?
2024.
24.
Yes.
So,
I think-
okay. Well, I'm not going to. I like my greens, but I like my reds better.
Yeah. Me
So
too.
the whole red pill thing with okay, you want me to eat plant-based meat? Well, I'm already doing that.
It
You want
is.
me?
Oh,
You-
hold on. Hey, listen, cows are vegetarians. You do realise that, don't you?
But you look at the chemicals in that stuff, and it's, I mean, you'd have to get permission from the EPA to buy some of those chemicals.
Some of those chemicals they use in embalming fluid.
Yes.
I mean, so are you eating your embalming composition so that when they finally get to harvest you, you're already embalmed? I mean,
I know a lot of meats are actually soaked in a certain chemical to prolong the life shelf.
well, I think that's that's PBSA or PBA or something.
No.
But if you buy from a local farmer, that's where it's at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Here's something which a lot of people don't realise. When you buy clothing, wash it before you wear it, because 9 out of 10, it's so they actually package it with formaldehyde. That's
well,
what
you
stops
just screwed up
grease
my
stuff.
laundry for a week.
No, what I'm saying, new clothes are soaked in formaldehyde for folding.
Yeah.
So it's a shelf, it looks great, beautiful and crisp, right? But it's the formaldehyde in it. It's
Well, the only reason I buy new clothes is because I haven't done laundry, and
I mean, he's a dumpster out front, and it's literally full. I mean, yeah.
that's just underwear.
I think she thinks you're a Vulcan here, Jim. Yeah, live long and prosper.
Thank you. I know him. I know him. I'll live be 105. That number is in
Awesome.
in my head all my life. But I had on my mom's side of the family, both her mother and her father's side, there were 5 over the age of 100, 103 up to 107 was the range. And these guys never had any medical care, never had any dental care. I mean, they were turned to the center. I'm talking from the 1800s to the 1900s.
So they didn't have enemas and colostomies?
No, they didn't have any of that shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No prostate exams? What?
No. And
I want to go where they were.
and they, I mean, everybody says, if someone grabs you, you go towards their thumb because that's the weakest part. So my grandfather was a Sicilian fisherman. He pulled in nets with his hands. And one day I was there. I think I was home on leave, and I was going visiting him, and he was mending some nets. And we were just joking around. He didn't speak any English, and I didn't speak any Italian, but we knew what we were saying. And he said, you know how when you go towards the thumb? He said, yeah. I said, let me grab hold of you. I grabbed hold. I couldn't. I mean, I don't care. His hand didn't move and his fingers didn't move. I'm jumping up. I'm in good shape too, trying to break loose and trying to go over towards his thumb. He said, no, I've been pulling in 1,000 pounds of nets and fish in with my hands for 50 years. And he was a character. He was neither of them.
Well, you're talking about a grip, right?
Yeah.
When you have got a good grip, it's typically because you've been gripping shit.
Yeah. The wordsmith speakers.
Keep playing, guys. There's ladies on board here.
Yeah.
I could read your mind, Robert.
That was all pure speculation, but I know that my personal experience, if I got a good grip, It's because I've been gripping shit.
It's like and that song says, get a, put your hand on a, what's it? I forget it. Hand on something, relationship. It's a song, a particular song.
Well, I don't know what that is, but I know that every relationship I've had has had a grip on me.
A hand-to-man relationship, they call it. A hand-to-man relationship.
Well, yeah, I mean, the only reason that more men don't have relationships is because they don't need to. and the selection of partners on the opposite sex side, the opposite gender side, has gone to shit. I mean, so have you heard the term awfuls? Have you ever heard that? Have you heard that recently?
No.
Awfuls.
Awfuls.
So the awfuls stands for affluent white female liberals.
All right. Okay.
Oh.
AWFL. Now, if you ever encounter an affluent white female liberal, you'll know why there is less procreation going on. You'll realize why there are fewer relationships. You realize why marriage is on a decline. I mean, all of the symptoms of the decline of our, at least the Western civilization in the United States of America format, all those, remember I was talking about the music trends and shit that was going down and stuff that's going up? Well, the stuff that's going down is all the stuff that is testosterone negative, and the stuff that's going up is testosterone positive. And it's just a fact. You just look at it and go, well, country and rock and roll, that's testosterone positive. Right?
Well, have you noticed that the world's gone Bangkok crazy?
What's that?
She's everywhere.
Oh.
Yeah. They know what a she is.
Oh,
No.
she. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she. You know,
That Australian slang is sometimes hard to decipher, especially after medication.
So with all this gender crap going on, you know, it's crazy, man. It really is crazy. Hey,
Well, it's a part
I'm
of
an
the
old-fashioned guy.
bullshit.
I love the company of ladies. I like to open up a car door for a lady, sit a lady at a chair. Yeah, I don't mind a little bit of pampering.
That's not pampering, that's chivalry. And women love chivalry. I mean, and men who understand it love giving chivalry. The problem the problem is that chivalry requires testosterone. And when you are going to go emasculate the testosterone-based carbon units and replace them with estrogen-based carbon units, you're not going to get that kind of shit. You're not going to get chivalry.
All I can say is, Jim will agree, when you get over 70, your testosterone level drops dramatically. we prefer a good night's sleep and a good hot meal. Isn't that right, Jim?
I'm as horny as I've ever been.
TMI, brother. TMI. I did not need that image in my head. Thank you.
Hey, you got to keep that a secret. I mean, now you're giving it away.
Yeah, my computer's ready to go off. We cancel that. We got less than 30 seconds, and we'll be at 5 hours.
Yeah, we'll go. I'll put some music on now. That's like good as a kind of a phase out, I think. I like that.
Yeah.
Bit of a phase out sort of thing.
And gentlemen, Terry, it's been a fun evening. I look at this. I really do. It's just a lot of fun, and I get to talk to people I enjoy talking to.
Well, speak for yourself.
I have. I've been pretty good at it too.
Yeah, and you do that so well.
Yeah.
Well, Jim, we'll catch up with you, mate. You have a wonderful, wonderful week, mate.
I will do.
And so you're not available next weekend, are you? So
No, I'm gonna probably be driving him at that particular time. I'm gonna be giving a talk in Palmdale on the history of the blackbirds.
All right.
Yeah, I only have 45 minutes, and I don't know if I can go through it that fast, but I'll cover first part of it at least.
Well, I might see get Robert to make up some videos for next week's shows. What do you reckon, Rob?
Okay.
Pick a subject because I can't do it because I've used up all my quota already.
Yeah, I'll cook up something and we'll toss it out there and try to get through it without Jim, and we'll talk shit about him and trash while he's out. So yeah, it'll be fun.
Hey Robert, I know where you live.
Oh fuck!
And your dogs like me, so there.
I keep forgetting that.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot to mention, thank you everybody for coming and watching the Boys Club.
Terry, it's always a delight. And Robert, as usual, and Gerald, it's always just fun.
I always have a good chat.
Well, if you got nothing else to do and this is where you do it, you might as well have fun doing it. So,
right.
Yeah, I agree, brother.
Rosemary says, "Well, you're on your damn computer." I said, "You know exactly where I'm at."
Exactly.
I'm not. I may be smoking some weed, but I'm not drinking or carousing or whatever it is. If I want to go dancing, I'm taking you with me. And a lot of times she'll pawn me off. You won't go ask that woman to dance. Oh shit! I go over and said, "My wife said it's okay if I ask you to dance." And she'll look over and Rosemary will give her thumbs up and go ask her to dance. So I married a real sweetheart, but I'm just really worried about her right now. But that's another story. So
okay, we got one here for you. What's faster than a blackbird, Jim Goodall?
My Corvette.
Yeah. Hey, Council Food, you tell us. Faster than a blackbird.
Aurora. It's supposed to be Mach 12. I think I've been flying since the late 80s.
No, I think that was meant to be a joke, I think.
No.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I've seen Jim drive when he came to visit last year and then he left here. That son of a bitch left smoke halfway to the airport, and there was just stuff flying in the air, squealing tires. I'm like, shit, I think that went okay.
Yeah. Anyway, everybody, this is Mr.B here. And
sweet dreams.
Yeah.
And,
much appreciate everybody joining us tonight, or today, well, for me. Today.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Thanks for coming. And remember, be nice, be kind, and aspire to inspire one each other. I tell you something.
All right.
That's life in the fast lane. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Yeah.
Keep looking up.